Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Escape to Nature. How beautiful is this day in Okokoyo? My name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day, and of course, monitoring our different waterholes that we have dam cams to check out what is happening. And for those of you that did join us yesterday on Sunset Drive, we ended our day with 2 black rhino and 3 lions having a bit of a standoff. And yes, I can't seem to find our lions again. I think they might have taken off again, or they might just be hiding really well. But I can promise you, I've literally scanned every single rock that I'm able to, just to make sure I did not overlook them. But you never know, they could just be behind a shrub or a bush out of reach for us. And hopefully, if they are still in fact around, they will come and say hello to us today. But it is super peaceful so far in Okokoyo. We've had some giraffes and of course our lovely springbok. So it does seem like it's going to be a fair and lovely day here in Okokoyo. But what do I know? Let us ask the weatherman. So we do have another giraffe far away on the horizon. And we had another two. It seemed like a cow and a calf. And I don't know, it was odd behavior because I don't know if I perhaps just missed them coming to the water hole, but they just stood around for a good 10 minutes that I watched them, and then eventually they just took off. So not sure why. Again, it might just be that I missed them coming to the actual water hole. But maybe, and I'm secretly hoping and praying that it's because of lion presence that is still around. But I'm not sure yet. As I say, the lions might have just actually taken off last night. And it truly was interesting. If you were not with us last night on Sunset Safari, it was one of my best sightings I've ever had in my life. It was literally 2 lions drinking water, one just sleeping or resting behind them. And then a black rhino came along and literally drank water with the rhinos as the sun was setting, so that made it even more beautiful and tranquil. And then another rhino joined, and you could see some giraffes bypassing in the background. And yes, then eventually I think the rhinos realized, alright, something is wrong, so there was a little bit of a chasing. And it was stunning because, as I say, it was the sun setting, the rays of the actual sunlight just hit the landscape perfectly, and you could just see these dust clouds. So it truly was so amazing. But yes, the last I saw them, they were drinking water. The rhinos were taking off. So I am not sure if they actually stuck around or if they took off. But hopefully they will surprise us today. That will be an awesome, awesome surprise. But it just goes to show you never know what's going to happen. Yesterday we had a rather peaceful day. All of you joined me for some birding. And we did a lot of different calls with a lot of quirkiness in between. So hopefully we'll see some great things today. But we will definitely see what other challenges we can do today as well. I think I have one in mind, but I will set that out for all of you in just a bit. Hi, giraffe. And this is pretty much what the other 2 giraffes also did, just a little bit closer to the water hole. And at one stage, the cow was constantly looking in one direction and the calf was, well, just sort of Googling. But I did try my best to, as I say, scan every single area to make sure I'm not overlooking the lions. But again, I might just be hunting ghost. They might not even be around anymore. So we'll take it easy today and see what we have at our different water holes. Lawrence, good morning. You are saying lions. I take it you missed them. I'm sorry. It truly was amazing. And yes, on this beautiful waterhole camera that we had them, it truly was amazing. And it was, as I said, was really a very peaceful day for myself, at least, at the waterholes. Kevin and Rolf had elephants yesterday on Escape to Nature. A lot of other animals as well, and of course we were very blessed with our general game that we generally see. But yesterday we just took it easy, did a bit of birding, and yes, I just decided yesterday we're not going to have any expectations. And then, as we were of course busy with Sunset Safari, I just saw a strange looking animal and it was getting a little bit dark already. And then as I took a closer look, it was 2 lions drinking water and one of them sitting at the back. So I assume, I don't know, I was not able to get that good a look at them, but I assume it's the Umbika Pride who we've seen here before as well. So it truly would be amazing to see them again, because I really am so eager just to get to know all of the different animals and their different dynamics that they have within their prides and herds and everything. So yes, we'll see. You never know, you never know. And I thought perhaps they might be around the actual water hole, because the giraffes, as I say, I didn't see them coming down to the water. But there has been springbok here already this morning, so I take it they are not here, or at least from what I can see. They are very, very well camouflaged. Yesterday they weren't even that far from the waterhole when the rhinos chased them, and you still had to look very carefully to actually see them. Nancy, good morning, and thank you so much for getting in touch. You are saying it was an awesome sighting indeed. I really do agree. As I said, it was one of my best sightings I've ever had in my life. Of course, Ben had the wild dogs and the zebras yesterday in Djuma chasing each other around, and I was fairly jealous of that. But then this happened at Ukukoyo, and I have to say I was pretty pleased with the situation. So thank you so much for getting in touch. And just like Nancy and Lawrence, please do send me your questions, comments, suggestions, anything you might have throughout the day. Just like on all of our other excursions, you are more than welcome and encouraged actually to get in touch with us. We love to hear from all of you. Specifically here on the dam cams, if there's perhaps something that you see and you think I might be overlooking it, please do let me know. We are here to help each other because, of course, we are on safari together. So the challenge for today, for those of you that do not know, my native language or my mother language is Afrikaans. Now, of course, that is a very big language in South Africa. So what I'm going to do today is, throughout Escape to Nature, I will give you a couple of animal names, and then I will be doing so in Afrikaans. And then I would love for you guys to guess You can research it, but I mean, that's going to take the fun out of it. So try and guess what that animal is that I'm talking about. So just like yesterday, we'll start off fairly easy, and then we'll make it a little bit more challenging throughout the day. So the first one for the day is luiperd. So if you think you know what that is, of course that is the Afrikaans name for it. But if you think you know what it is in English, please do let me know.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
So if you're only joining us right now, today's challenge, because yesterday we had a bit of a bird call challenge. Today's challenge, I thought let's do it a little bit differently. I will teach you a little bit about my mother language, which is Afrikaans. So during the whole adventure of Escape to Nature, I will be giving you some Afrikaans animals' names, and then you have to tell me what you think it is. So of course we'll start off really easy, and then just like yesterday we'll make it a little bit trickier and trickier as we go along. So the first one is luiperd. What do you think that is? Ooh, good morning, Oryx. Good morning, Ray J and Darcy Miller, and thank you for playing along again today. You guys are saying a luiperd is a leopard. Yes, indeed. As I said, I will make it easy for you guys in the beginning at least. And as we go along, I am going to make it much more interesting. But you are correct. The first one is a leopard. And in my mother language, Afrikaans, we call it a luiperd, which literally translates to lazy horse. Because lui means lazy and perd is a horse. And just like the beautiful animal we have on camera right now in the background as well, a giraffe is a kameelperd, which means camel horse. Which I'm not always sure where they came to that conclusion, nor with a leopard, but of course they must have known what they were doing. Jeez, these swallows are busy this morning. It's almost like our Quillias a while back in Mashatu. Just constantly photobombing. Just want to have a look-see and see what's happening here around the waterhole. And I was actually so excited this morning. I woke up and I was like, yes, I'm going to find these lions today. But again, you never know. They might still be around. I'm just crossing my fingers that they'll just casually stand up from wherever it is that they are hiding. And just come and have a bit of a drink later on. But maybe they are long gone. Lions, of course, travel very, very far if they need to. Sometimes they can be in one area for a week. Sometimes they can travel 10 kilometers in just, a couple of days. So it really does depend on, of course, the circumstances, the requirements. Do they need to hunt? Is it perhaps another lion looking for a female that's an estrus that he wants to mate with? Or what the situation is. Just like all of these beautiful animals we see. But from what we've learned, and for the most part, the biggest thing that will sort of push animals to and from areas is food and water. So I do see some impalas. So I'm going to scan around to see if we have any babies yet. But while I do that, I'm going to send you to Rolf, who's in Kariga, and who would love to say good morning to all of you.
Hello and welcome to the Kariga Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. My name is Rolf Kirsten, and as per usual, I've taken up my position next to the Scotia Dam, and it's been a spectacular morning so far with the warm air that is being pushed in front of a cold front that will be arriving, I think, later on this evening. It is very hot. The sun is out, and there's hardly a breath of wind. There's a couple of little gusts every now and then, but all the animals out enjoying the lovely sunshine. We had some ostriches mating earlier on the sunrise safari to end the show, and that's the first one that I've seen actually for the last couple of weeks. But maybe that's a sign. Maybe we'll see some more of it. I do have a feeling that a lot of these chicks actually hatched when the rain arrived. And as a result, I think a lot of them might have died. Well, there's none that have made it through, if indeed that is the case, that some of them did hatch. So maybe they're starting the process all over again. I'm just enjoying these warthogs as well, grazing in amongst the ruminating blesbok, who, as the sun gets up and it gets a bit hotter, there's going to be more flies and more irritation for the blesbok in particular. So I think they're just enjoying it up until such time as the masses of flies arrive. It's also a trait of blesbok, because they have a lot of flies that do make use of their nasal passages. It's very irritating for them, and that's why you often find them lying with their nostrils sort of buried in the grass, trying to stop those flies from entering. Just heard a southern chagra calling. It's just a lovely, peaceful scene. So Jamie, the social structure of warthogs is not herds or big groups, although here we do have quite a reasonable size. They've got family units. So you'll have a male and a female that will normally have up to about 8 piglets as their offspring that will be together as a group. Sometimes you might find them out on the plains grazing together, different families, but you'll see that sometimes they do then chase each other around, and it's generally one family chasing another family. So they're not territorial, but the one family will normally utilize an aardvark burrow to go in at night, particularly where there are predators such as leopard. If warthogs don't make it into their burrows shortly after dark, they become prey very quickly, very easily, and we've witnessed it. Sometimes they're late to get back to their burrows, and the leopards really enjoy it when that happens, because they take them out. So it's a good idea when it gets towards sunset, if you're a warthog, to head for your burrow. Just enjoying that lovely lush green grass. It's a favourite of warthogs, and you often find them feeding on the kikuyu grass around lodges, especially when they also enjoy the sprinklers. They like to wallow in the puddles that form. One spot in particular is Namutoni, which is also in Etosha, but on the opposite end from where Okokoyo is. It's on the eastern side, and in that camp there are banded mongoose and warthogs that visit the camp daily, and wherever they put the sprinklers, the warthogs follow, and they then graze and wallow in the water. They love it. I'm sure at Djuma you'll also see them going under that fence, the electric fence, and going and feeding on the grass. So Yvette, there's quite a few animals that do stay in burrows, and most of them have to thank the wonderful aardvark, who's for me the unsung hero of the bush, because aardvark can make a new burrow pretty much every night, and they'll dig it within an hour. They are incredible diggers. So they make the burrows, and then lots of animals use those burrows once they've been left by the aardvark. One such animal, obviously, being the warthog. But other animals that will use them will be jackals, aardwolf, the even hyenas, brown hyena and spotted hyenas will use and start off their den sites with the assistance of the aardvark burrows. Even leopards and lions will stash their cubs sometimes in aardvark burrows. There's some birds that use it, such as the South African shelduck, the blue swallow, both nest inside the aardvark burrow. And we also know that the southern ant-eating chat uses them too. And then a couple of reptiles. You'll see the rock pythons. They generally go inside them, as well as the monitor lizards. So lots and lots of animals that use those burrows and would struggle without the assistance of the aardvark. No more so than the warthogs, because they're not amazing diggers. They do use their snout, but you see those elaborate burrows that the aardvark dig. It's pretty much past the warthog to be able to dig a burrow like that. It's the aardvark that does it for them. They just sort of excavate a little bit more after that has been done for them. So we've just got a couple of new arrivals here. That's why I hang at this spot. Who's this? Let's have a look. It is Tembi and her calf. I'll get a photo out of that. Now this is what is very special about this side of the Kariega Game Reserve. Very, very special sightings of the rhinos. Egyptian geese making that hoarse, raspy sound. Today is going to be a scorcher, so I'm pretty sure it won't be long. These guys are going to be in the mud. So they're just continuing on their normal daily routine. They'll graze, and they've probably been grazing for the better part of the early morning when it's nice and fresh. And they walk around like this, and once it gets hot in the middle of the day, they're going to head for that mud. I'm pretty sure of it. So I'm just going to hang here because these two are due a spa session. We might catch the warthogs trying to join them as well, and who knows. The buffalo I haven't seen for the last few days. Maybe they're going to make an appearance and come to their favorite wallowing spot too. It might be that we'll have the animals fighting over this particular spot. Have to wait and see who's going to get in first. Yeah, James, I'm also looking forward to that spa session. It's always very cool to see them just loving it in the mud. You can almost see the happiness on their faces. And that includes all of them, the rhino, the buffalo, and the warthogs. The warthogs, I think, express it the best. But you can see the pure joy in the faces of the rhino, not really in their eyes, because you can't really even see their eyes. Standing nicely in a row now. Here they go from side to side as they walk, sort of maximizing the amount they're chewing or biting off to chew. And you see the tiny little diminutive Cape wagtail just running around their feet there, maximizing on the insects that are getting bumped up by these beautiful animals. And speaking of beautiful animals and wonderful sightings, I hope that Lisa's having some of her own.
Yes, indeed, Rolf. The buffalo has come to Gowrie Dam. So I'm super, super happy. What a way to start Escape to Nature. And I mean, we are only beginning our journey today. And it is a massive herd. I was informed by our wonderful Zoomies that, of course, they were around in the area. And of course, I know Cedric also had buffaloes this morning. But what an incredibly huge herd. I love seeing them in, so many of them together. It truly is amazing. And they just keep coming. Oh man, this is awesome. Just look at that. It's like they are just appearing out of nowhere, just pouring into the herd and into the waterhole. So buffalo in Afrikaans we call a buffel. A buffel. Which is a fairly easy one. So I wasn't going to do that one for. Don't want to make it too easy on you guys today with a challenge. Just want to see how far they are actually spreading out. And they are just still coming. If you look at the top left of our screen, it's just they are still pouring down. It's raining buffaloes. And of course there are a lot of oxpeckers around, very good indicators of rhinos and buffaloes. As we all know by now, they perch on these animals to sort of clean them, eat off all the ticks and the parasites. And the buffalo do not mind one bit because they are getting a massage, they're getting cleaned. And the birds of course are getting fed. Sheesh, that's a big female. Ooh, I'm gonna try and show you. That's really a huge cow. She's just walking in now. Not that one facing us, that's a bull with his big boss on his head. But she's literally, you can see just by her body size, she's massive. There's quite a few cows that are very, very large in this herd. But the one that's got her head up now and it's down again. She's really, really very big. It's one of the biggest cows I've seen. So she's literally just off center to our right. She's busy drinking as well. And she's right next to that tiny calf that just faced us. There, she just lifts her head. She's huge. Wow, that's really an impressive cow. And of course, I know you guys have heard this many times, but I think for most naturalists, this is probably the one you are the most careful of when you are on foot in the bush, because they are very unpredictable. And of course, when they are in numbers like this, it's not something you want to mess with. Mandy, you would like to know if buffaloes, the males and the females, make the same vocalization. Yes, so when you listen, you can hear it's very similar to a cow almost. Sometimes the bulls can have like a deeper grunt almost, but it's not always the case. So yes, but both of them have sort of that or that. Often when they are moving, they'll do the mooing. Mooing on the moving, or on the move. But they do have those grunts as well, but for the most part, yes, male and female do sound the same. Just want to see, because you can hear the lapwings going crazy as well. And I do believe they are close to the lapwing nest. So that is, of course, upsetting the lapwings a little bit, because lapwings do have their nests on the ground. Which, if you think about it, like, maybe you should put your nest in a better place then. But of course, these animals do coexist. They do understand each other. I was talking the other day about elephants and how they never step on a newly made termite mound. I've personally never seen elephants step on nests. It's almost like they know. But of course, these lapwings do make it very, very obvious that there is in fact something there. And again, it just shows you the sacrifice of parenting in the wild. They will literally try and scurry off something as big as a buffalo or an elephant just to tell them, listen, can you please just watch where you step? This is really a big herd. And this has completely made my day. What an awesome start at Djuma. And just like Rolf mentioned, you know, they do love mud wallowing as well. You'll often find them at a water hole, just sort of lying in the shallow ends of the water hole. So like this, it's perfect for them as well, because they can cool off and then they'll carry on with their day, as you are seeing now. But they do actually sort of lie in actual mud wallows as well, and they love doing so. Again, that's to cool off. It prevents ticks and parasites. So it's definitely something you will see them practicing very, very often. Just gonna see if I can get a good example here, just to show you the clear difference between cow and bull. It sounds just like a glorified cow. It's a little bit tricky, but I will try and show you. So the buffalo that is the most far right, but closest to us, you can see his horns are completely covering his head. So that is what we call a boss. And then this buffalo that is busy chewing, that's just off to the left a little bit, that would be a cow. She's also got horns, but it doesn't completely cover her head. And the reason for that is, just like a lot of other species, including humans, you know, sometimes the males feel like they need to butt heads to establish the dominance. So that is why they have that actual helmet or that boss on their heads to protect their actual skulls. And they can become very, very large. But that is not to say that a female buffalo is not, you know, she can't inflict pain when she impacts something like a lion or something. They are, of course, very, very protective animals, specifically when there are youngsters involved. Because, of course, often, you know, just like any other species, when there are babies, it is much easier for predator to target the young and the vulnerable. So they will definitely go for them. Oh, there we go. So this one in front, the brown one, is a calf, but then at the back you can actually see a younger bull. That's very interesting. That bull is not very old. And he's sort of, I assume he challenged the older male. Very, very interesting. And this is what they'll do. So that is why the male buffaloes have the boss on their head, is to protect them. Because this is literally the definition of headbutting. And then as your bulls become older, just like we see this one closest to us that's busy regurgitating, as they become older, you know, the younger males will take over in terms of protecting the herd, etc., etc. And then the older bulls will actually move out of the herd. And they will then be solitary, or you can often see them in smaller groups of what we call Daga boys, which directly translated means mud men or mud boys. So those are your older males that, you know, they just sort of play bowls during the day, drink a little bit of tea, go to the sauna. But of course this male, as you can very much see, is still part of the herd. And again, there's no definite leader necessarily. There will of course be more dominant individuals, but when it comes to protecting the herd, they are very, very cool animals. They all protect one another. Oh no.
Hi, I'm Patty Andre, and I'm in Loveland, Colorado, and I was so honored to win the prize to Jamala Medikwe. It's going to be such a great trip, I'm sure, and I've been an explorer since explorers started. Been to Africa a couple times, but I've never been to South Africa, so it's exciting, and I'm happy to go there.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your name.
As I say, I'll try to keep up with the buffalo just now. I just want to see what this lapwing's gonna do. Because that would be so sad. I mean, they've been working really hard on, the incubation. And as you just saw, trying their best to protect those eggs. Doing everything that they can. Yeah, there you are saying poor lapwings. I know my heart is breaking right now. I mean, of course, maybe the eggs are okay. We don't know, of course. I can't. I'm literally the closest we are able to get right now. So I'm not able to have a look. But of course, we'll keep monitoring the lapwings and see if they are, in fact, still attempting to incubate and protect. But I can't see how those eggs would have been able to withstand a 1-ton animal. But she's going in for it, so maybe it just missed it. We don't know. I really do hope so. And I am happy to report also this annoying kingfishers we keep hearing. I was able to frame up on one yesterday. I was not able to show any of you, but it was a minor victory for myself. I finally found a kingfisher on camera. You can see a good bit of mud wallowing going on now. You can see that one buffalo very clearly showing us. So of course sometimes you'll see the animals going into the water and then mud wallowing. Others will just purely mud wallow. There's really no set rule as to how they do it. Every single animal is different. Every single buffalo is different. And of course every single day is different. So what they do today, they won't necessarily do tomorrow, or what they did yesterday. Sam, you would like to know if all animals butt heads with their horns to establish dominance. So, yes, for the most part, that is why animals have horns, is not only to make themselves look bigger to a predator, and of course attraction purposes for females, but it is also for dominance. Everything ultimately, if you think about it, out here in nature is about submission and dominance. Whether it's between one specific species or whether it's between a prey and predator, it really doesn't matter. So when you look at rhinos, for instance, rhinos use their horns to establish dominance, and not just males. Sometimes it can be males and females that butt heads. Of course, when you look at kudu, impalas, the antelope that spar, definitely have the horns for that reason as well. Ooh, that's a very old bull. Want to see if I can show you guys. Oh, that is a meneer, as we would call it in Afrikaans. He's very old. You can see by the damage already on his face, on his horns, the damage to his skin. So, but yes, Sam, sorry, to get back to your questions, when you look at elephants with their tusks, which of course is different to horns, but they also use that not only for so many other things, but also to establish dominance between each other. So definitely it's interesting when you look at animals, what they have to use. Lions, for instance, male lions specifically, when they fight, they will go for each other's throats. And that is actually why a male lion also has the mane around his throat. Otherwise, it would just be one battle and he would have his throat slit. So, but again, that's for various reasons. All of these buffaloes are very attentive to something. I don't know if they're picking up on a smell or something. Just bear with me, I just want to have a look. And again, if you think you see something or spot something, please do let me know. It is better when we have more eyes than just two. There's definitely a smell that they're picking up. I know Cedric had tracks of lions. It might be that they're actually picking up on the smell of predators or something that they are not too fond of. Of course, the wild dogs were also in this area yesterday, so they might be picking up on that scent as well. Buffaloes, of course, have excellent smell. Sorry, I'm just scanning absolutely every bush and log and everything just to make sure. But as always, we might still be overlooking them if they are just behind a bush or brush or something. But the buffaloes, there were quite a few of them actually, and this one seems to still be very, very interested or just staying alert. But there where you saw a couple of them actually lifting their heads, that is, if they pick up the smell, they'll sort of figure out, something is wrong. And it is not as windy as it was yesterday, so that does simplify their lives. Make it a little bit easier. Because of course, when it is super windy, the animals are not always too sure of themselves and their surroundings. I definitely think they are picking up on a scent, but it doesn't seem like they are too worried. So I do not think whatever they smell is close enough for them to feel like they have to charge at it or warn it off. But they definitely, I do believe they smell something. So of course we will keep monitoring it and see if any other animals do show up to the water hole, of course, today. We never know. Which makes it so much more exciting. You literally have no idea what might unravel today. There might literally be lions just beyond our reach. You know, just where we can't get to them or see them. Or there might be nothing. That is the beauty about all of this. It remains a guessing game until something happens. And just like that, a whole herd of buffalo disappears. How insane is that? That always boggles my mind. And I have to be honest with you, I'm rather worried about our 3 little piglets that we saw a week ago, the warthogs, with their 3 adults. I have not yet seen them again, however this week we did see the 3 adults, and it was exactly the same 3 adults. But that being said, it was a very windy day. So I'm just hoping that the adults left the little ones, sort of just in the burrow, which Rolf was also referring to earlier on, and that they are still safe and sound. And I know for me specifically, when I was a naturalist in the Greater Kruger as well, so much like this biomes and landscapes and, the vegetation and everything we see here in the Sabi Sands, my previous reserve was very much alike. And this is the problem with something like buffaloes, rhinos, elephants even. In summertime, if you're on a bushwalk, you have to be very vigilant. And that is why it's good to listen to something like oxpeckers and those sort of birds. Of course, they vocalize a lot before they go to perch on these animals. So it's always good to sort of listen out for that. But also these grunts you keep hearing from the buffaloes, that is also a very good indication. Because, as I say, we literally, if I can get us a better view here, we literally just lost a herd of buffalo, or sights of a herd of buffalo, of I would say easily 100 to 150 buffalo in just a couple of minutes. Yes, you can see the movements every now and again, but if you are in the bush and you are not paying attention, both of you are going to get a rather big fright. Sorry, just bear with me. I see a bird. Just want to make sure what bird it is. And never mind. That woodlands kingfisher is not allowing me to show it to you guys. But that's alright. We get to look at a lot of beautiful other things and animals. I'm just truly astonished at how quickly we lost these buffaloes now. But I am just thrilled that we had such an awesome sighting of them coming to the water and drinking and then leaving again. And of course, I will definitely keep an eye on the Djuma Dam Cam, because there was definitely something that more than just one of them smelled. So I will definitely keep my eyes out. But in the meanwhile, I'm going to send you to Rolf, who's still with our beautiful unicorns in Kariga.
Well, Tembi and Calf went for a little snooze on the ridge just next to the mud wallow. But now looks like Tembi, right on cue, is getting a bit warm and may think about getting into some mud. I think that's exactly what she's gonna do. I often find they lie very uncomfortably across the wallow, not in line. So let's see if she maybe thinks about it a little bit more and makes better use of the space. She's going in, and here comes the calf as well. How's that for timing? You can almost hear the little one saying, "Shift up, Mum. I also want some room." I very often do sort of push the mud, make it a little bit nicer, softer, squish it around a bit. Calf's going straight in. He's not the testing type. He's the one that bombs it without feeling the temperature. A little bit of wind picking up now. It's quite gusty, but it's still nice and hot. Perfect for a wallow. You can't seem to work out where the best spot is. And this is also probably one of the reasons why antelope don't go in the mud. So, and the reason I think that is because the antelope could very easily get stuck in the mud. Obviously, you need to be quite a strong animal to be able to pull your feet out of there. Now, Lorna, this calf could remain with the mother as she beds down now into the mud for up to and more than 5 years. It can be 6-7 years roundabouts. But if she has another calf, this one might still hang with her until such stage as it's ready to leave her. You only find the females will stay a bit longer, but it's different with each and every rhino. But rhinos are one of those very special moms that exhibit true parental care. So having youngsters of different age, let's still follow them around. Oh, she's getting in there nicely. I think she wants to get her back wet as well. Happiness is a rhino in the mud. Isn't that a happy face? So yeah, this calf could still be with her for another 3-4 years, even 5 maybe. Depends what happens. Depends if a bull comes and wants to mate with her, it'll sort of push the calf away a bit. She tries to slosh around there. Being watched by the Egyptian geese, probably moaning that they're taking over their little spot as well. So the first customers at the spa are in. Wonder who else is going to come for a session. So Shanice, they do look comfortable, don't they? She's still lying across, but she went to one of the wider parts. Maybe that's why she worked her way through. But the little calf is doing it the better way, lying lengthways. But she seems to be in there fully. I think they also like to just have the side so they can lean their head out of the mud and they can breathe. I've actually seen them put their face right into the mud as well, but then having to blow the mud out of their nostrils. And that's going to be it, I think, for the next few hours. Every now and then I might slosh about a bit. But who else is going to come is going to be interesting, because when they do arrive, they'll also want to get in. And you might see a bit of interaction between potentially the buffalo and the rhino. Hopefully they've had their fill by the time the buffalo come. If they come at all. I haven't seen them for the last few days. Let's see some fresh dung up on top of the ridge near to where the lodge is. So maybe they're up there somewhere. They have been there. I don't know if they're still there, but on a day like this, I don't think it will be long, and I'll be back. You hear the Bokmakiri calling? Bokmakiri. I wish I could do that on a Monday. I think it's a very good way of spending a Monday. Those Egyptian geese having a lengthy discussion about something. I think it must have something to do with these rhinos. So Maureen, yes, animals can intimidate each other around of where a lot of animals are almost forced to come together. And you often find animals that are not quite used to being around other animals having to do so next to water and mud if you're a wallower. And so you do find quite interesting interactions around water and mud. Like I've mentioned with the wallowers, you'll have the white rhino and the buffalo. They do sort of have interaction, and I've seen it here around this mud. Where a buffalo bull charged the rhino bull that was here, and the rhino is not so sure of himself, so he just ran away. But if he was a bit more sure of himself, we might have seen a little bit more action around that. Oh, a bit of action with our rhino. He's trying to do a bit of a roll. And yes, you often find, you'll see at Okokoyo waterhole, those gemsbok or the oryx, they for me seem to be chief. And any animals that come near to them, they sort of just lower their horns towards them, and when you see those spike-like horns that they have, the springbok and the zebra give them a wide berth. Giraffe, yeah, they don't even bother them. But when they come down in their numbers, you'll see there's sort of gaps between the oryx and the other animals. So they definitely do sort of announce themselves and keep their space relative at the waterholes. And you'll also see the black rhino there. They very often intimidate each other, especially if there's a couple of bulls that come down and try to drink at the same time. There's very often fights and the elephants with the black rhino as well. That often happens at night. Here I haven't seen too much conflict or intimidation between the animals at the Scotia Dam. It's just mainly around this wallow and the different wallowing animals. The warthogs, obviously, they just have to take what they can get, and they try and squeeze in regardless of whether the buffalo or the rhino are here. They just try and squeak a little open spot and then they go for it. I just want to go out because while they're snoozing there in the mud, just have a look. We've got a lovely bachelor herd of Nyala, and there was one or two that were thinking about displaying. Just wanted to have a quick look here. All the boys. With that lovely white ridge on the top of their backs, which they use for displaying. They do stand it all up when they are displaying. It comes like a white bar. I can smell these rhino now that they've been sloshing around in the mud. I can smell the mud as well. It's full of dung. So it's like a muddy, dungy smell. A dungy muddy. There's a particular smell that you get from well-used wallows and waterholes in different places. I always remember those smells as well. This one, obviously, it's got a real smell of rhino dung mixed with the buffalo dung and the mud. That Okukuyu waterhole really smells of elephant very strongly. The water, everything, because they do drop their dung in the water while they're drinking. That's one of the things that you will remember about those different spots. You go to Okukuyu, it's something that always sits with me, is the smell of elephant, very strongly, at that waterhole. So as we head into this part of the day, this is really what happens with the animals. Become quite lethargic. Lola. I'll have to say one of my best smells in the bush will be probably one that a few guides will appreciate and probably have as the same, and that's the smell of popcorn. When you've smelt a leopard that marks, particularly the males, there's a very strong popcorn smell that you get, especially when they do it early in the morning. And it smells like that buttered popcorn that you get at the movies. If you can imagine that, that is the smell of a leopard that is nearby, and it's just marked. So it always means that you're on the right trail and you're very close to a leopard sighting. So that's one of my favorite. I have to say the worst is between civet and hyena pastings, but I think civet definitely take the cake. Brown hyena probably second, with spotted hyena third. And then there's another smell that if you've ever followed lions after they've hunted and they've killed something, and then it heads into, after sunset, heads into the evening, and they go on sort of a bit of a patrol, all of them with fat bellies. So if they've been feeding on a buffalo or a giraffe or something big like that, an eland maybe, and they've spent a couple of days on it, they would have spent that time not marking their territory. So they generally, after that, they get up, all of them, and I've followed behind about nearly 30 lions. And the smell that emanates from those cats, my goodness, it is something to behold. And a lot of letting off of gas, and also when they defecate immediately after having fed on a carcass, it's runny, it's black, and it's disgusting. It stinks. It is terrible. So that's probably up there. But I would have to say that worse than that is the actual rotting carcasses that they feed on before they do that letting off of gases, because a giraffe or a buffalo that's been lying in the sun for 3 days is something special. Yeah, it gets into your clothes. So I hope you weren't busy with your breakfast, because I do have a way of describing terrible smells and things pretty well, I think. So I hope I haven't put you off your food. Another one of the best smells is the smell of rain. Just that, yeah, it's something very special. I mean, and people will smell that all over the world, but particularly so in the bush when it's been very hot, dusty, and you get that first rains. I remember it happening in the Kruger Park when I was looking after one of the camp's training students for nature guides and trails rangers. It's a very, very special smell, that, and all the animals, sometimes even before the rain actually happens, just with the smell of that rain and the moisture in the air, the humidity, everything starts coming alive. Scorpions and snakes, and as we see this Nyala bull doing a bit of a display there. He's just showing off. You might be able to hear the black cuckoo now. Around this time of year, in this part of the country, you hear that a lot. have slowed a bit in the display. Maybe he achieved what he wanted to. Another bull walking off, if it was intended for him. So lovely also this morning to see the first baby zebra. It was born 2 days ago. I haven't seen any more, but there's a few zebra that are looking like they're going to burst. So I think we're going to get a lovely surprise one of these mornings. I'm going to come down and there's going to be a few of them. So the Nyala, a little bit of displaying between each other and a bit of grazing. There's the blesbok that I was watching earlier too. They're all just standing around, probably doing a bit of ruminating. And hating life with the flies. There's one animal I would not want to be if I had to choose. It would be a blesbok. Having those maggots in your nasal cavity must be absolute hell. I suppose it's their lot and they need to deal with it, live with it, and that's exactly what they do. Jane, yeah, they look similar, but the gemsbok will be, a lot straighter, a lot thicker, a lot longer. I think they're a bit close. They're sort of a mix between springbok and impala. They're a lot straighter than both of theirs, but they're in between with the size, and then it's just a slight curve to them. But yeah, somewhere in between springbok and impala, I would say. But they do have a little bit of a straight look to them. And if you look at blesbok, in fact, it's strange or coincidental that you make that comparison, because these blesbok actually do look like the gamse, which is a European, I think it's a mountain goat, that the name gemsbok actually comes from. German word, and it was in German Southwest Africa, now Namibia, that they gave them that name, the gamse, and I think it's because they look similar. I don't agree that they look similar, but maybe that was the closest thing that the Germans had seen to an oryx, which they called the gamse, and then became the Afrikaans version, which is the gemsbok. So something along those lines. If you're wondering where gemsbok comes from as well, not many people know why they're called that. As it looks like there might be a bit more displaying of those nyalas. Not really fully getting into it. Just showing off between each other a bit, I think. So, but yeah, if you look at an image of a gamse and then look at a blesbok, I would have said that we would call a blesbok, a gamsabok. But yeah, go figure. So, as it continues to get hotter, the animal's activity drops. So we are sort of watching animals just not escaping the heat, but dealing with it, because it is heating up nicely now. And the ones doing it the best, definitely these two rhino. As you hear the flies buzzing past. So I always find out on safari that when it gets hot like this in the middle of the day, different water holes will have different animals coming down to them, but I generally target, if I've got guests, I'll target those water holes that I know where the elephants frequent, because it's around this time of day that they come down for drinking, for spraying water on themselves, sometimes even swimming in the water, and then afterwards going for dust bath. And there's countless lodges around South Africa and Namibia that they actually bank on that with their, for their guests and the tourists, because sometimes where there's swimming pools at the lodge, the elephants come to drink from those. And like at Halali waterhole in Etosha in Namibia, they go to drink every day there at lunchtime. And it's just one of those perfect scheduled routines of the elephants that always is wonderful to show the guests. But each and every reserve is different for when the animals do what, where. But there's always a particular spot that the elephants like, and they go at lunchtime, especially when it's nice and hot. Elephants can drink, sometimes 3-4 times a day, but that big one in the middle of the day, I think it's because it's very hot, and they really go to cool down. And then they may come later again, but it's the big one in the middle of the day. I think they sort of help to alleviate the real heat. So yeah, blesbok standing around, bobbing their heads with the irritating flies. The rhino enjoying the mud. The nyala still doing a little bit of half displaying while they're grazing. And there are some zebra about to, I can't see I see the little calf, but it's way on the other side of the plain. So standing in mom's shade. There's Tembi now. So, speaking of animals that have a specific routine at specific water holes, and we've got our mud wallow here next to the Scotia Dam, and we know when it's hot that these rhino come down to wallow, sometimes joined by the buffalo. But let's find out from Lisa what happens around this time of day at Djuma.
Rolf, I wish I could give you a straight answer, but literally every single day is different for me at all of the water holes, whether it's Okokoyo, Mashatu, or the lovely Gauri Dam here on the Juma Dam Cam. Sometimes we see very few animals during the day, sometimes we see a lot of them. So right now we've got a beautiful harem of zebras, and they too, some of them seem like they're about to burst, as you say. I'm very anxiously awaiting our first zebra fall on the Juma Dam Cam. And even more so, how cool would it be to show everyone a birth? But we've got a beautiful waterbuck, zebras, and then, and then a wildebeest as well, who has now, I think, completely moved off. Rude. So yes, the animals will probably continue feeding, and then they will probably go down to the water to grab a drink, or they might actually just from here go down to lie in the shade. But as I say, every single day here is different. We can predict it as much as we want. Doesn't matter how qualified you are, how much experience you have as a wildlife enthusiast, every single time is going to be different. But of course it is good to know their different patterns, their different habits, because animals, just like us, are creatures of habits. But as I say, sometimes, they just surprise us with what they do. So, for our challenge of the day, our Afrikaans challenge, the next animal name that I am going to give you is a seekoe. So in Afrikaans, we call this animal seekoe. What is this animal that I am referring to? If you do struggle, you're more than welcome to let me know for a hint or something. But I want to see who of you can guess what a seekoe is. Zebra, of course, very easy. It's literally zebra in Afrikaans. So I wasn't going to give you that one. It's very easy. Just like lion is leeu in Afrikaans. But what is a seekoe? As I say, if you do need a clue, you're more than welcome to let me know. I don't want you to struggle. And of course, you are more than welcome to guess. We're having fun after all. I will not put you in detention if you get it wrong or anything. We are here to learn from each other. And of course, if you have a different language, you're more than welcome to let me know what that animal is in your language. I remember at my former lodge, we had a lot of Brazilian guests. And so eventually I just learned all of the animal names, in their language as well, because sometimes there was a massive language barrier, and it just made it so much easier if you could actually translate a little bit. And this will always and forever just remain one of my favorite animals. To photograph, to watch, to observe. They can be very hilarious animals. That's interesting. I know, but that was not a full-on. The stallion was seemingly smelling the urine of the foal. Of course, it's not a new foal, it's from last season. But they will do that. Sometimes they get a bit feisty with the younger ones. Oh, hello. Waterboggies. This one also very easy in Afrikaans, not a massive difference between English and Afrikaans. Waterbak literally is waterbok. Water meaning water, bok meaning buck. So very, very easy, that one. I'm so over these woodland kingfishers. They really are making my life difficult. But as I say, yesterday I did see one, so it's a minor victory for me. Oh, and these waterbuck truly are, for me personally, one of the most majestic species out there in Africa. It's such an odd animal. And from what I've seen personally in my, personally going on safari, but also as a naturalist, they are fairly successful when it comes to evading the predators. Not just because, of course, they can run into water when they are being chased, but also they can secrete a certain scent that is very off-putting to animals and predators specifically. So, for the most part, the predators do tend to avoid them. But again, food is food and opportunity is an opportunity. So if there's food and the animals have an opportunity, those predators will definitely hunt. Well, I say that, but the previous time we had lions in Okakoyo, I thought there were ample opportunities and they just did nothing. They napped the whole day. And yes, in all fairness, that's my kind of animal, but if there's so many opportunities for you to get to food, why not go for it? Zebra also, it's a fairly well predated animal. But again, and this is just from my experience, the reserves I've worked in, if there are wildebeest and there are zebras, from what I've seen, again, this is not what a book says or what research tells us. Just from my personal experience, I've seen lions go more for wildebeest as opposed to zebras. And I've done some research on that. And people hypothesize and say it's due to zebras having very fatty meat. But again, that just racks our brains. Do animals know? Like, can a lion smell, okay, well, I don't want that one, I want lean meat? Or do they just go for whatever presents itself?
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
this is a first for me on a dam cam. I've seen them many a times in real life, but this is a woolly-necked stork. We'll try to get us a closer look. You'll see they're very fluffy, which is where their name is derived from. And you can actually see how hot it is here in Djuma. It's a fairly nice and hot day. And of course, as we go deeper into summer, it becomes super humid. It is. I always remember when I came back from leave, which is in Johannesburg, if I visited my family and everyone coming back from leave. And my one sister specifically always said, "Oh, it's so hot." And I said, no, you don't know what hot is. Try 43 degrees Celsius. What are you? Ooh. We've got a kill. I think. Unless it's just standing on a log or rock or something. Of course, juvenile African fish eagle. No, it's definitely eating something. What do you have? So I'm as close as we can get right now. And I might be very wrong. But from what I can see, that actually looks like a catfish. I could be very wrong, as I say. It is a little bit tricky to see with the glare from the heat and everything. But just by, of course, this is a fish eagle, so hence the name. But just by looking at the front part of whatever this fish eagle is in fact eating, it seems like it can be a catfish. How cool is that? Oh man, that's amazing. And just watch how it eats a little bit. Checks the area, eats a little bit, checks the area, much like a leopard, for instance. When it still has its kill on the ground, they have to be very vigilant, because anything can come snatch this kill away from this fish eagle. Again, if it is in fact my bait, my money would definitely be on a catfish. I'm just trying to see from a different angle, but definitely I think that's a catfish. Very cool. And this is why I love checking the area always. You know, even if we have a sighting, whether it's at Ukukuyo, Djuma, Mashatu, I always just love checking the surroundings as well. It is a catfish! That is so cool! Nice. Well done, bird. Yes, that's a huge catfish. I mean, obviously not the biggest we have in Southern Africa. I've seen much bigger, but in comparison to this actual bird and its size, that is truly impressive. Quentin, you are saying well spotted. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, I was actually checking to see if the saddle-billed stork is still around, and then we got the woolly-necked stork, and that led us to the fish eagle. trying to see, because you can see he's very vigilant, so obviously it will be... Well, I would actually think it would be easier for this bird to keep its kill on the ground, because if it takes it up into a tree, you know, another eagle might spot it and then actually snatch it away from him. But looks like he's got a limping leg. But it might be that he's actually just trying to get some more cover. Olivia, you would like to know how far will it travel with its kill attached to it. To be honest with you, I'm not sure. This is a first for me. This is the biggest kill I've seen with, you know, this eagle. So I'm not sure. And you can see, it's tricky now, you silly bird. Just gonna go out a little bit just for in case it does in fact manage to take off. Then we can see it. But I'm not sure how far it would be able to travel like that. Of course, you know, that fish is very heavy. And even though it's got incredibly strong talons, I must say talent. Well, that is talent in my eyes. But yes, very strong talons. But for me personally, this is a first. I've never seen a catfish that big, you know, with regards to being hunted by an eagle. So, but I don't think he will go too far. The thing is also, in one moment, he can't travel too far because, of course, like this, as we see this landscape now, he would have to cross in those open areas, unless he goes into the drainage line, of course, which is also very possible. I did not consider that. So let me just do that if he tries to evade us. But he can't make himself very, very exposed and vulnerable, which is why I'm very surprised he actually moved, because where he was a very good spot. You know, he was well hidden, in my personal opinion, but there might have been something that caught his attention and he probably wanted to get away from that. But that is so, so fascinating. I personally have never seen that. Very, very cool. So we'll just check a little bit, see if he's going to come back out. I highly doubt it. He's either... But I think either way he will just be out of reach for us. I think he's just behind this bush now. Which is going to make it tricky for us. It happening. We did have our first foal about a week ago, Mr. Fluffy, and I've not yet seen him again, which I don't know if I'm worried about that or relieved about that. Of course, the animals do traverse as they need to. But yes, just coming back to our lions from last night. Of course, you know, as I said, it was very odd to me that last week they were here for a good 8 or 9 hours during the day and they did not attempt to hunt. And I realize, you know, it takes a lot of energy when they do hunt. I realize it's hot here in Namibia. But what was interesting to me is they moved around, like from one area to another area. So that in itself is, of course, conserving energy already. So just in my human mind, I thought, okay, well, if you are using the energy for that, and literally a herd of springbok, a herd of kudu, a herd of zebra bypasses you, you might as well quickly just try and go for the hunt. But again, I'm not an animal, and of course I don't feel the heat over here. I know Ukukoyo gets very hot and humid. That is the one thing that my mother said she did not love here. But everything else she was super fond of when she came to this beautiful spot last year. But she says it does get pretty humid here. So again, I can understand it. But that again just brings me back to how do animals live and survive here? It's truly, truly impressive. As always, the little breeds vocalizing. And I'm still awaiting some of your answers for the Afrikaans animal name seekoe. What is a seekoe? Do let me know. It's something I have not yet seen in Okokoyo, and I highly doubt I will because of the the weather and of course the topography that we have in this beautiful location, but specifically at this waterhole. And it truly is just, this is what I love about Escape to Nature. You know, it's not constantly that we have to talk and we have to, you know, all of the time have action and drive around. I for one count myself very lucky because I get to observe the water holes and just sort of wait for the animals to come to me. So I'm in a very fortunate position, but also just to listen to everything, the different sounds, noises, just watch these animals be. It is just really, I always say this time and again, but I really do mean it. It literally is therapy for me, this. And I hope for you too. I know I don't have a very therapeutic voice. I should perhaps try to do one of those spa voices. Breathe in, breathe out. Calm yourself. Oh no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be able to talk like that. I am too much of an emotional person when it comes to excitement and just everything, feeling all of this. I think let's just take a moment and just appreciate all of this. And as one group of zebras leave, you know, another comes. It's truly so fascinating to me how they sort of do it in these, I don't know, it's almost like they have schedules. Group 1, now's your time. Group 2, there you go. It's like they're boarding for flight. I think that was probably one of my biggest shocks when I was in the States. I took a flight to, I think it was on my trip to North Carolina. And I mean, I've never experienced it in South Africa, so of course it does happen, but I've never experienced it that way. But there was literally, they would call, I can't remember, it was like Class A, Class B, Class C, and I was in Class Z because I was just a, a normal passenger. But of course, just like almost the first class, business class, economy class, and I was so shocked because it was like literally 5 groups before me, and then eventually I got to board the plane. I thought I might be sitting on the wing, but I always think of specifically the zebras, they always tend to come in these different groups, come and go, come and go, come and go. Just so beautiful. Now I'm keeping an eye on our Djuma Dam cam as well. Our eagle has not emerged yet. It is still behind the bush. I can just see the movement. So I'm really hoping that we'll see it again. And I really do hope we see some elephants again in Okukoyo. But I do see that we have some elephants in Mashatu, so let's head on over there. Finally! I was beginning to think you guys will leave me forever. Just when I sort of lose hope with the elephants here in Mashatu. It's like they almost come just to calm me down. It's fine, we're still here. We are just enjoying life. We are moving around, enjoying all of the different puddles and water holes. You are not our only hope in life, Lisa. Calm down. Hi, tiny one. And it truly just has been such a, I almost want to say reminder, but just such a revelation again, just, as to how weather does change the patterns of animals as well. Because when I first started on the water holes, elephants became like an everyday, I almost want to say every hour sighting. There were always elephants here in Mashatu. They always came to this water hole. But of course, now that it's rained, we can see the bush is completely transformed. Everything has changed. And of course, that being said, this water hole has filled up a lot. But we have to bear in mind, and when I say we, I specifically am referring to myself, that they are no longer restricted. They can move around freely. There's food everywhere. There's a lot of water holes that is now completely filled up again, or, even filled up a little bit. They might have been completely dry. So I really do now, when I see elephants in Mashatu, even though this is the land of the giants, of course Botswana is very famous for its elephants, I really do appreciate it so much more now, because it's almost like it's becoming a bit of a more rare sighting for myself. Just look at you. So elephant, also very easy one in Afrikaans. Olifant. Ooh, I hear we've got some answers to our next animal in Afrikaans. So Darcy Miller, Ray J and Poe, I believe it is. You all have it correct. Siakwi, which directly translated means sea cow or ocean cow. You are very, very much correct. It is in fact a hippopotamus. Thank you so much. I love it when you guys play these games with me. It's so much fun. I truly do enjoy it. A siakwi is a hippo indeed. Sea cow. And of course they are actually able to survive in salt water. You will find in KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape actually, they do live sort of like in the lagoons over there, so very fascinating animals. Just want to have a look, see, I think we should still have one elephant if I'm not mistaken. Alright, so I'm going to open my bush Bible, as I call it. And I'm literally just gonna choose a random animal and then give you that Afrikaans name as the next challenge. Ooh, that is a tricky one. I will just follow this elephant for a bit and then I will give you the next one. It's going to be a rather tricky one. It's a cute one, but it's going to be a tricky one. I think, at least. If you are Afrikaans, then that's fine. It won't be that tricky for you. But we'll see in just a little bit. Yolanda, you are saying that was such a quick but exciting sighting of the elephants. Definitely, that's why I'm saying, anything I can get nowadays in Mashatu with regards to the elephants, I definitely take it, because we truly are not seeing them as much as we do generally, or as much as we did in the beginning. So anything with them nowadays, I'm just so happy with. Thank you, elephants, and hopefully you come again. But again, as I say, there are a lot of water holes, puddles, wallows that they can drink from now. So that truly is wonderful for them, because they are no longer restricted to just coming to one water hole, which sucks for us, but it's good for them. You can just see them moving off in the distance, off to our right. Let me see if I can get us a little bit of a closer look as they are slowly foraging off into the bush. Oh, lovely. Got a bit of dust bathing going on. As I mentioned earlier with the buffaloes, a lot of the times the animals will physically go into the water and then mud wallow, or like we often see with the elephants, they love to dust bathe. And I've told you guys many a times, but this is one of my favorite things ever in the bush to photograph. It truly is so stunning. I really wish, in fact, that we were there yesterday in Okokoyo, as the rhinos were chasing the lions, because I think that would have made the most insane photographs, as the sun rays were hitting the dust. Oh, that's lovely. And you can just see that calf as well. Very good position it's in, because it's just catching all of the excess dust that is sort of escaping as well from the adults. Oh, how incredible. So, our next Afrikaans animal name, as we watch this tiny one, it's also a tiny animal. And in Afrikaans, we call it a krimpvarkie. What do you think krimpvarkie means? What Afrikaans animal name can that be? Krimpvarkie, which directly translated, I guess, would means shrink piggy. I really have a weird language the more I'm analyzing it now that I think about it. And you can just hear that beautiful Cameroptera in the background as well, like taking its photos. Just gonna check the water hole one last time. I think I hear something else in the water. Just want to check if there's not another ellie around. Olifant. And in Shangaan you would call it Ndlovu. And I think a couple of other languages as well.
Dark mane. Aside from the dark mane that gave him his name, he can be recognized by a distinctive limp. This limp stems from an injury to his right leg he sustained while taking down a buffalo with the Nkuhuma Pride.
as I say, just bear with me. Literally just before we went live with Juma, it was jumping around with a fish eagle, with a catfish here in the back. So I just want to see, he's either going to move completely, or I think he's actually trying to make the actual prey smaller so he can make it lighter for him to take off with it. Because I've been watching now, and the drongos and the starlings have been harassing him. So I think that is potentially why he moved out of his spot. Come on. So initially, for those of you just joining, right here at this log, we had a beautiful juvenile African fish eagle that had probably just caught a catfish. And for me personally, it's the biggest catfish I've seen caught by a fish eagle. So I'm just trying to see. He was harassed by the smaller bird, so he's literally just behind this tree now. Let's just see if we can see some movement. There we go. I don't know. I don't know if you saw that. There was some fluttering of the wings. He's definitely still behind this bush. I just want to see. He's either going to move into the drainage line or hopefully take off. See, now I'm not sure, because there's definitely still... I'm going to go back to the fish eagle now. I just want to show you. If you look just off center to our left, that is where I last had him with his actual kill. Now I've been observing him this whole time, so I doubt he actually took off. So I do think that this might potentially be another fish eagle. I am aware of the smaller birds in the tree as well, so that is not the the movement that I keep seeing. Nina, you would like to know if birds steal kills from each other. Yes, definitely. Unfortunately, they do. But again, as we learn every single day out here, it is about survival of the fittest. You need to protect your food. You need to sort of hide it as well as you can. And I think that is why the fish eagle did move, because the smaller birds were definitely, alarming. And then as they do, other birds will also come inspect. That's why I'm not sure what's happening right now. Is this our initial fish eagle that we had? Or is there still one behind the bush with a catfish? Because as I say, I did not see it taking off with a catfish. From what I've been seeing the whole time, and literally 2 minutes ago, it was still bopping around here on the actual dam wall behind this bush. So I just want to keep an eye on them. Because if this is in fact our fish eagle, where's the food? It literally had a whole catfish, and not half eaten or anything. Like, it must have just made that kill. However, that being said, with this one's behavior, you see he keeps cleaning his bowl, so I'm not sure now. Cleaning, sharpening his bowl. But where's your fish if it is you? Or is the actual catfish and the fish eagle still behind this bush? You see, this is the beauty about nature. We never know everything. You might just have a branch in your way, just a tree in your way, just a leaf in your way. And then you lose 90% of the storyline. Sorry about that. I don't know why Juma is doing that to us today. But that's right. No problem. I will try to keep my eyes on our fish eagle. And of course, the zebras are still boarding the plane here in Ukukoyo. Just actually want to take us a little bit further away and just get us a clear view of what is happening here in Ukukoyo. As you all know by now, I love to do that. Love to know my surroundings and have potential expectations. Again, we can never predict nature. But I think it's always good to know what's happening around you. Just so you can know more or less potential scenarios. It's never going to be like that always. But just prepare yourself. And then, of course, I'm still waiting for your answers on the Afrikaans animal name, krimpvarkie. What is that? What animal am I referring to? Directly translated from Afrikaans, it means shrink piggy. Lenny, you are saying a krimpvarkie is a warthog. No, it is not. Warthog in Afrikaans is vlakvark, which means shallow pig. So warthog is a vlakvark. So you've got the vark part right. That does refer to pig or hog. But no, it is not a warthog. But thank you for guessing though, I appreciate it. I love it when you guys join me for these games. What is a krimpvarkie? A shrink piggy. I think here in Ukukoyo I feel about the crows like I feel about hadidas in general. It's part of nature, very beautiful if you are hearing it for the first time, but if you are familiar with them, it's not so much music to the ears. I don't know if you differ with me. If you like the call of a crow, you're more than welcome to tell me. But for me, I'm not fond of them. I'm just again looking and scanning through these zebras. But no babies yet. No impala babies yet. No kudu babies yet. Nothing yet. Ooh, there's a giraffe in the background. Just walking on the horizon. Oh, I think one of my most favorite photographs that I've ever taken with guests is it was this beautiful German family, and we were actually stopped on the plains for a leg stretch and a sundowner. And I promise you there was literally something like 30 giraffes all walking in a line on the horizon. And it was the coolest photograph we could take for them. It's always so nice when the animals play along. Ooh, it's becoming a proper party now here in Ukokoyo. And I really do hope we see some elephants. As I say, nothing can really exceed yesterday's sighting with the lions and the rhinos. But of course, as you know, I'm always up for elephants. Ooh, we've got another guess to our Afrikaans animal name, krimpvarkie, which means shrink piggy, I guess. Mary, you are saying that it translates, or in English this animal is known as a pangolin. Good guess, but no. No, the animal I'm talking of is also one you don't see too often. For myself at least, I think I've seen 3 in my life. I've actually seen more pangolin than krimpvarkies in my life. Which is odd because pangolins are highly endangered animals in Africa. So no, but thank you for playing. Keep guessing. What is a krimpvarkie? Of course, these ones, as you often hear, this is the gemsbok. Rolf also spoke about them a little earlier on. The oryx is a gemsbok. The antelope springbok is a springbok, so also very easy translation. But what is a krimpvarkie? Ray J, you are either Afrikaans or you are cheating. You've got it correct again. It is in fact a hedgehog. South African hedgehog. A krimpvarkie. And then also shout out to our Zumi, Colin, who just told me as well it's a hedgehog. So I do assume you are also Afrikaans. Or you guys are cheating, I'm not sure. Or you're just very, very brilliant. So well done on that one. Krimpvarkie. Hedgehog. I think, as I said, I've seen maybe 3 in my life. Not something I have seen too often. Marna, hello there, and thank you so much for getting in touch with us. We really appreciate it, and I assume you've got an Afrikaans name. I'm not sure, I'm just assuming. You would like to know something about the gemsbok, if I'm not mistaken. Tulu, if you can just go again with that question, please. You would like to know if their fur changes according to the season, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I don't want to say yes, but I also don't want to say no. And the reason for that is just like dogs and cats, you know, they do get a little bit poofier in winter time, but it's not necessarily visible to us. So they sort of course, they are mammals. So they do know how to sort of heat themselves up again. But no, not visibly to us. It's not like an obvious change that we can see. But of course, animals do adapt to the seasons. They know what to do. And of course, their bodies have also evolved so much as well. Again, just like your domestic cat or dog at home, they do have sort of a little extra poofiness in the winter time. Alrighty, well, it seems like we've got our fish eagle in view again in Djuma, so let's try again for Djuma. So he is back, and again, I'm not I'm not entirely sure what's happening. Is this the fish eagle we had? Because if it is, where is his food now? I'm not too sure what is happening, to be honest with you. Because the last I saw him with his kill, or with his massive catfish, was literally behind this bush. He was still bobbing about, and I could still see him with the catfish in the talons. So I'm not too sure with all, to be honest with you. I'm I'm a little bit baffled right now. Is this a different fish eagle? If it is, why aren't you trying to get to the fish eagle with the catfish? However, I do not think it is still behind the bush, because I haven't seen movement for quite a few minutes now. So, apart from the smaller birds, of course. But we'll just keep monitoring it and then have a look-see. You never know. So interesting. And again, I think it's a good thing that the animals don't realize that we are in fact monitoring them and observing them, because I think they would tend to hide a bit more from us. However, that being said, you know, animals become very habituated to us as humans, which is actually shocking if you think about it. They just adapt, you know, do everything they can to fit in with us and with all of our changes we bring to the world and to the earth. But how much are we doing? I definitely feel we can do a bit more. But it truly is. I'm just going to go up a little bit just so you can see the actual fish eagle here in the tree. It's just perched on there. So I did not see the actual kill of the catfish. I in fact was just looking for the saddle-billed stork, then came across the woolly neck stork, and then as I moved on a little bit further, saw the fish eagle. Oh no, before I looked for the saddle-billed stork, we had some zebras and wildebeest and waterbuck. So it really was like a chain reaction. So just give me another minute or two. I just want to make sure. Because from what we've learned many times, and I'm sure all of you can contest to this, is patience really does pay off. Not sure what's happening. Was it your food? Is it gone? Did you hide it? But we will keep monitoring the situation. And in the meanwhile, I see we've got some elephants in Mashatu. So let's go back to Mashatu. Look at them. They really are spoiling us today. And I'm just trying to not shout. Of course, these animals can't hear us. But elephants are very, very, very good listeners. So I don't want them to hear me that they've made me all excited and then have them snatch that away from me. Seems like we've got 2 adults and 2 youngsters. Oh, and this one cow has beautiful tusks. Oh, that really is insane.
This is what I love about lionesses.
So here in I almost said Madikwe. In Mashatu, we also have a herd that I've seen once or twice now, that all of the members just have one tusk. So that is purely genes. Very interesting. But even within the same gene line or bloodline, you can have elephants that look truly different from one another with regards to their tusks, with regards to their ear shapes, so many things. And with elephants, rhinos, all of these animals, we tend to think, oh, they all just look the same. But if you really start paying attention to them, they really don't. Like these two, for instance, this is a very easy giveaway. But you can see there's a clear difference between the tusk and the structure thereof and the looks thereof. I used to work with a gentleman that's been working with elephants, I think, for over 30 years. Tiger, if you are listening and I got that wrong, I'm sorry. But he literally had the ability to track an elephant herd and tell you which individual is which individual just by looking at the tracks. Because again, if you look at that It all looks the same, the structure is the same, the basic outline, etc., but they all have wrinkles in their footprints, just like our fingerprints, just like the stripes of a zebra. And that is truly, where I got so much more respect for animals as well, because even though we tend to just generalize and think that they all are the same, they really all do have a place under the sun. And that is why it's so crucial for us to take care of them and just sort of make sure we can conserve and protect them as much as we can. And that can literally start by doing as small as just telling someone, did you know about elephants? Did you know how important they are for the ecosystem? Just gonna get us a further look away. Well, I am going to continue to enjoy my therapy session with my favorite animals. And of course monitoring the Dumadam can as well, and just keeping an eye on Okokoyo as well. And while I do all of that, I'm going to send you to Rolf to see what he's up to in Kariga.
Well, Thembi and her calf have gotten up from their wonderful mid-morning wallow and spa session, and they're now just grazing. I think they need to get up and catch up on some calories. Very important for hindgut fermenters to continuously feed. And when they do take time to rest or to wallow, as they were doing, they need to catch up, because they've got massive bodies to fuel. So that's what they're doing right now. Thembi's just heading forward a little bit. This grass is just perfect for them. I heard some monkeys alarm calling earlier, and then I heard crowned eagles calling. So they were obviously alarming up towards the skies. I often wonder what the monkeys are alarming at, but hearing the crowned eagles immediately after, it wasn't a difficult guess. She's walking with a bit of purpose now. Maybe she's thinking about going for another wallow, or just moving grazing site. Let's see. Tell you, very often these Egyptian geese that continuously fight with each other in their pairs, they often give the ranas a bit of a scare. She's now dumping part of the 20 kilos of dung that she would need to pass, more or less, a day. Very important recycling going on right there. You can see her radio collar on her front, I think it's her front left foot, yeah. But I was chatting to the head ranger here, and they've employed a brand new system here on the Kariga Game Reserve with regards to tracking the animals. There is a group of, I think it's Dutch students who are in as volunteers, and they have a satellite tracking system that they've employed, the first one in South Africa. And the rhinos are being tracked by this, as well as the elephants and the lions. So they can track where the animals are in real time. And I don't know too much about the system itself, but they did say that it is revolutionary and potentially may be used in alternative reserves around South Africa, and it would be wonderful if they get past the problem that is always with those satellite trackers. It's the battery that is the problem for the transmitter. So maybe they have found a way to negate that issue. But anyway, it's on trial now and very interesting. I'm going to delve a little bit deeper into that in the times to come as I get more information. But that would obviously then solve a lot of issues with the wildlife, especially with the rhinos and the problem around poaching, because if they are literally able to track almost secretively the horn, obviously in real time you want to be proactive and stop the actual poaching from happening, but if it did go past that point where the animals are actually poached but the transmitter is secret, you would be able to then follow that horn on its route to its destination, and we could then possibly catch up with the real kingpins and the real basis of the issue. So interesting times ahead. There's lots of news actually for Kariega. That's one of the special parts of it. But there'll also be 2 new male lions that they will be releasing soon. And they also have a coalition of 2 cheetah males that they're going to be releasing as well. So lots of happenings here at Kariega. And going along further with that system that they've put into the animals for tracking, with the elephants, there's a massive part of the reserve on the western side that had a fence in between it, and they're dropping all the fences. They've acquired some new land, and there's going to be an area over 10,000 hectares where they will be dropping this big fence in between, and then the animals are going to be moving in between there. And the big part of the study that they have added on with this tracking system is that there's different herds of elephants that have been able to sort of communicate, but they've been blocked by this fence. So they want to track and monitor and observe and obviously take data from the different herds of elephants that now are not only going to just be able to meet each other at the fence with no contact. They would obviously have just been communicating verbally, or through their voice, etc. There wasn't any opportunity to touch each other. Now with the fences being dropped, they're going to monitor the interaction between these different breeding herds of elephants, now that they will be able to move in amongst each other and change of place from where they were originally, moving through where the fence was. So it's going to be very interesting as to that study, and apparently it's going to be conducted over 2 years. So lots of conservation exercises going on at Kariega. Very exciting indeed. It's going to be wonderful to watch those cheetah coming of age and being allowed to be themselves on the reserve, as well as the big male lions, and then the meeting up of those elephants. It's going to be wonderful stories throughout. There's a little bit of communication going on here, little squeaks. might be able to hear it. The wind is picking up a bit. The little one wanted to go on the other side. So it's always wonderful to hear when conservation areas are growing, and Kariega is only a tourist reserve, so the income that they gain is only from bringing in tourists. And they've got the different lodges, the main lodge, which is the biggest of all of them. Then they've got Ukozi, which is a little bit more upmarket but similar to main lodge, and the river lodge, which is down on the Bushman's River, as well as Settlers Drift, which is their flagship lodge, 5-star. And obviously all the people now is coming in, especially after the period of no tourists during COVID, now obviously bringing all their money with them and assisting and coming to view these beautiful animals. But as a result, they're now able to make the reserve even bigger and bring in more parts of land that can be dedicated to conservation and to the wildlife that Kariega protects. So expansion of reserves, always lovely to hear about, and that's exactly what's happening here at Kariega. So it's important that people keep coming, and with them bringing in more predators and opening up new lands for the elephants to move around in. There will be more elephants that will be born as a result. More predators bring more excitement from tourists. So it works hand in hand. More tourists, they bring their money, they enable Kariega to be able to do more for the wildlife. So I think that might be them again for the next little while. So when I was studying conservation, one of our lecturers, he made the point very often, and so I sort of feel obliged to make the same point. With wildlife, if it pays, it stays. The notion of us just leaving things to be able to survive as they should in the wild is a fallacy, because we need to make it pay, and we need to get money from the animals. Obviously the more ethical routes is the best, but regardless, if we don't get money out of the wilderness areas and the wildlife that lives in it, those areas will dwindle because they can't be looked after. And there's a lot of overheads for a reserve like this, from the machinery and the staff to the boundaries and everything else in between, as well as the animals themselves. There's a lot of management involved, so they need a lot of money to continue with that. And it's always nice when there's a success story that not only have they managed the area well, they've also attracted people to come and see the land and the wildlife that is under their care. And it seems like it's growing here at Kariega, so a real true success. And we wanted to continue, buy more land and drop more fences and have more rhino and elephants and lions and cheetah. And as a result, we'll get more tourists. So it all swings in roundabouts. But going back to, if it pays, it stays, we need to make money. So as I say, a lot of the animals doing what they do at this time of day. Nancy, glad you're jumping on board with us. It does sound wonderful, doesn't it? We want Kariega Game Reserve to be 20,000 hectares, double the size, with lots more elephants, rhino, lions, cheetah, leopards. It's just an ostrich walking through the back there. So yeah, she's trying to close her eye. She was. It's amazing though, it's the same with elephants, but with rhino, now I've been sitting on the back of the bakkie here, or the pickup, and sometimes I get a surprise because I just hear like a grunt behind me, and I turn around and the rhinos are right at the vehicle, and I didn't hear them approach. And you see her foot there just put out in the front. They're also very soft footed. It's amazing how quietly they walk through the bush. Just like elephants, where an elephant can pass within 3 meters of you and you don't even hear it. Well, it's the same with the rhinos. You would think that they thud around. It's only when they really get running that you hear them. But walking around, if not sometimes just the brush of bushes on their legs, that's it. But you don't hear them putting their feet down. And when you actually watch them walk, it's very soft, and a lot of cushioning within the foot itself. You must think they're also carrying weights of up to 3 tons, so lots involved with their feet. She wants to roll on her side, get a bit more comfortable. No oxpeckers around. They seem to prefer just staying on the buffalo here in Kariega. And the hippo and her baby, they also left. They were just here for 2 days. So she obviously came here to the Scotia Dam to give birth and just give it a couple of days. That's quite surprising. I would have thought she would have stayed a bit longer, but left and went back down to the river. Maybe she's got another quiet spot. Maybe because there were a few vehicles that came up and they were pretty shy. They were spending a lot of time underwater. Maybe it was that she decided, nope, I'm going to go and find an even quieter spot. Or maybe she went back to the pod. Who knows? I'm sure the rangers will know. I'll have to catch up with them. Constant noise from the Egyptian goose bothering them while they're trying to sleep. So Martha, they for me, they normally spend this middle part of the day. So it's normally around 3 or 4 hours that they'll rest in a day, and then the rest is spent normally walking around and grazing. They do need to get through a lot. So it's quite similar to elephants. They'll feed day and night and taking some breaks in between, like they're doing now. And the longer they rest, the longer they'll have to spend grazing as well. So, but generally I've noticed that they spend lots of time grazing, early morning, late afternoon. I don't get to see them at night, but my feeling is they're probably quite active at night, and then as with a lot of other animals, they spend this hot part of the day resting up, because it's a bit more difficult to, and you expend more energy to be active when it's very hot. Your body's trying to keep itself cool, and your heart rate will be higher because of the heat, because of all that energy that is required for cooling, etc. So they obviously do feel quite lethargic, and yeah, well, there's the evidence. They like to rest up, but as soon as it cools off a bit, then they will get going again, and then they've got to feed. Blesbok, the Nyala, the ostriches. The ostriches don't really mind this weather. In fact, the hotter the better for them. I see them being more comfortable when it's hot. So Judy, yes indeed, rhino dung is excellent material for dung beetles. So they do like it and they do use it. And you often find in the middens, you can find a lot of dung beetles in there, and very often in the middens themselves, there's dung beetles that remain in there. The endophagic dung beetles, the specific grouping of dung beetles, they will stay inside the dung, and they do everything in there. And it's nice because if it's a midden, they continuously come back and add more material to where the dung beetles are, so the food actually comes to them. So once they find an active midden, they're in business, because they're going to be getting that food on tap, and then it comes to them. And some of them sort of go directly below and under the middens itself. And then there is some that roll it away, but I've found that there's those two groupings that remain more so with the rhino dung, in it and below it. But lots of activity around rhino middens with regards to dung beetles. Bok Makiri still calling. There's a jackal buzzard just calling now. Her, her. Off in the kloof behind me. It's probably patrolling. You know, that's so the ostriches, they don't mind the heat. They get active now. Lots of the birds of prey, because the hotter it gets, the more you have these the thermal activity. So they can get up nice and high in the sky, and then have a good vantage point, good view for predation, so they can see anything that's active. And then obviously lots of reptiles. The hotter it gets, the more they become active. Lizards, snakes, tortoises, and the jackal buzzards, especially when they go up in the middle of the day, they'll be looking out for any of those reptiles that are active, and they come swoop down when they spot them. Also feed on rodents, but in the heat of the day there's lots of activity from the reptiles. And it's crazy, once the temperature hits about 30 degrees, all of a sudden when you drive along the road, the tortoises appear from almost nowhere. Big ones. Some of them must be over 50 kilograms. Yeah, and here in this part of the country, Eastern Cape, this is where you get the largest leopard tortoises in South Africa, and in their largest numbers as well. And as I say, when it's 30 degrees drive, sometimes I see 3-4 tortoises on the road. All of a sudden, they just come from under a bush or something like that, I'm not sure. And then there they are. Oh, see there, Egyptian geese just disturb them. They often get frightened by those geese, but I do hear a vehicle approaching, so they might also be hearing that. It might be one of the management or the roads teams, and I can hear it. I think it's a tractor. It might be coming this way, and that's why there's a bit of animal movement there. So they're also coming because with the rain there's a lot of management that needs to happen with the roads, so they'll be fixing. And also that it's heading into high season now here in this part of the country. This is when it gets the most busy, so they'll be fixing all the roads for the game drives. So what they do is they take gravel from particular spots, and then they go to take it to where there's any erosion on the other parts. See them all getting up now as that tractor starts to come past and shaking their heads. There's obviously now movement of all the maggots in their head, and then that irritates them. And then they'll also be building the mitre drains and bolsters, making sure it's all sorted out. So Lillian, yeah, they do get spooked quite easily with, especially the vehicles that are different to the game viewers. So you just hear the tractor coming past. It's actually got a grader with it, so he's definitely part of the roads team. And so any vehicle that's different to what they're used to, they do get a bit spooked. And the same with me when I arrived with this pickup, which is not the same as all the other game viewers that have rows of seats in the back. They were also a little bit skeptical of me initially, and it's taken time for them to get used to this odd shape, and also me standing up on the back and talking. But they've calmed down with me now, and now they're getting curious. They come right up to my vehicle. But yeah, with a noisy tractor like that, and it's different colored, it's red as opposed to the green of the normal safari vehicles, and it's totally different shape and noise, so they do get spooked quite easily. So they did get disturbed now from their little snooze, but I don't think that it would take them long for them to go back. So I'll just move along to them. Shame. So they just got up and ran a bit back and then stared at the tractor as it came past. Now they're still thinking, what in the world was that? Well, little ones decided this spot's as good as any. Some hardy-daws calling there in the background. So my brother sent me a very interesting conspiracy theory, and I think it's part of the Flat Earth Society, but he sent me a particular theory that has been flown, and I'm sure it's on similar platforms, but it was about birds being government spies, and specific birds, and I think hardy-daws were included in it. And their eyes have cameras, and they have little chips in their backs, and then their feet are charging ports. And one of the things that they mentioned as well is that that's why birds sit on the electric wires, because they're charging, and then they fly around and obviously pick up all the information required by the government. Pigeons being one, so hardy-daws and pigeons being government spies, with their eyes that are cameras and their feet that are charging ports. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to look at a hardy-daw the same again, or pigeon. When I was living in London, we used to have pigeons that came in our windows, and they used to firstly try and nest above the boiler, and they used to bring in sticks, and they used to make a real mess of the bath. But then every now and then they would go into people's clothing cupboards that were open, and we used to regularly find one stick and an egg on your clothing where it had been folded. And I always thought that that's a terrible, terrible bird, to think that one stick constitutes a nest, and to then lay an egg in your cupboard. Yeah, anyway, I suppose pigeons are able to survive in very rural settings, and that's one of the spots that I saw them trying to breed, was in our clothes cupboards in the house. But yeah, if they had cameras for eyes, well, they may have seen some crazy things in our travel house in London. We had every nationality you could think of: New Zealand, Australian, South African, Namibian, German, Russian. We had them all. It was always great when there were sports events on, like the Soccer World Cup that is now kicked off. There was always someone in the house that came from the country that was playing somewhere. Looks like these rhino are going to go back to where their favourite spot is, towards the end of that little ridge. They like it over there. I don't know if it's a nice dust patch or if it's just comfortable because of the shape of it or what, but they all seem to like that particular area for sleeping. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's a crowned eagle that's calling again. Right, so I think they're going to probably bed down again while the little Cape Wagtail does its thing, looking for insects just around its feet. Always lovely spending time with rhino. And the Latin name, Ceratothymium simum. Well, I wonder if there's any Diceros bicornis in Okukuyu.
That is a negative, Rolf. Not yet. From what I've seen, they do not tend to come around during the daytime, but I have seen them here in the daytime, actually. I think around 2 o'clock, a couple of days ago. And if you're wondering what Rolf said, he was giving the Latin or the scientific name for the black rhino, whilst he was spending time with his white rhino. But speaking of which, next Afrikaans animal name. Are you ready for it? It's gonna be a tricky one. I'm not going to go easy on all of you this time. We are gonna up the volume and up the challenge a bit now. So our next Afrikaans animal name is dwergmuishond. What do you think that means? Dwergmuishond. I will give you one clue. Cedric loves seeing them. He always gets that giggle when he does see them. Okay, well, that's not really... I guess that's not a clue, because Cedric, much like myself, easily gets excited about seeing animals, whether they're big, small, cute, fluffy, hairy, leathery, doesn't matter. But what do you think dwergmuishond refers to? I'm first going to see if you guys can guess it. If not, I will give you the direct translation. But as soon as I do that, that is definitely going to give it away. So I will see what you guys guess first. But the animal I am referring to is smaller than the springboks we are looking at, but bigger than the little grebe in the water. What is a dwergmuishond?
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
seem just like the zebras there on the horizon. But as you know by now, if I see any movement, I like to always make sure. Just double check that we are not overlooking anyone. So right now in frame we've got zebra, springbok, gemsbok, voeltjies. Voeltjies means birdies. So Afrikaans, my mother language, is one of 11 official languages in South Africa. So we are very privileged in our country. We've got a lot of languages. A very diverse country, of course. We are known as the Rainbow Nation. And of course with our beautiful animals as well that we have. Well, not just in our country, but I would say on the continent of Africa itself, we are a very diverse continent with all of our animals, our different people. So today we are doing a little bit of a challenge. I'm giving all of you some Afrikaans names of animals, and then you have to guess what animal is that. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure of these crows. I was not sure if it's something else here at the back. So the next Afrikaans animal name is a dwergmuishond. What do you think that is? And it was, when I worked in the United States, it was the funniest thing. People would literally walk up to you and say, can you please just say something in Afrikaans? And you'd be like, what do you want me to say? No, just anything, like just do a sentence. And apparently the and the r that we do in Afrikaans, or just in South Africa as well, a lot of our other languages contain it as well, is very, very fascinating apparently. So, and as I'm now doing these Afrikaans animal names, of course, you know, for the most part, I've only narrated in English when I do safari, because for the most part, all of our guests are generally English. But as I'm now going through my Bush Bible and looking at all of these Afrikaans names, it's really fascinating. Some of these names I even had to be reminded of. And I'm just making sure for any movement we've seen now, even with jackal, you know, they tend to camouflage very well here in Ukokoyo. Errol, good afternoon. You are saying a dwergmuishond. Hond. Goodness, I don't know what happened to my articulation there. Dwergmuishond means rock rabbits. Unfortunately not. I'm so sorry, Errol. But thank you for guessing. I really do appreciate all of you enduring my silliness today on Escape to Nature, as always. I can't just say today, because you really do every day. But no, it is not a rock rabbit. Also, it's also a small animal. Nico and Andre, I assume you are both Afrikaans. You are saying that it is a dwarf mongoose. Yes, indeed, animals that Cedric loves seeing on safari. He always gets the giggles, but as I say, that's not really a good tip or a good clue. Cedric gets the giggles for everything, much like myself. But yes, you are correct. Dwergmuishond is a dwarf mongoose. So we'll definitely have to kick it up a notch again. Oh no, let's perhaps do an easy one. And then, I don't know if that's an easy one. Yes, let's do an easy one first. Next Afrikaans animal name, jagluiperd, which means hunting lazy horse. Yeah? Yes. Hunting lazy horse, jagluiperd. What does that mean? What is that name? And that is a fairly easy one. I thought the previous one was a little bit tricky. So I thought, let me make it easy on you guys. And then we'll go back to difficult. Of course, a very identifiable call that. Alrighty, but it seems fairly peaceful now in Okukoyo. So I think let's go to Djuma. I want to see what's happening with our eagle. So it does seem to still be around. So the only guess I can have is, just for those of you that are just joining us now, we heard a fish eagle or juvenile fish eagle that got a catfish. I didn't see the actual hunt, but definitely saw it eating. Oh, I got very excited there for a second. I thought it's my kingfisher. It's just a starling. But yes, the only thing I can think of, and it was a fairly big catch. So the only thing I can think is that it's actually finished the kill and that it's not just chilling, which is very impressive to me, because as I said, it was a rather large catfish. It's the biggest catfish I've seen killed by an African fish eagle. So he's just taking it easy in this tree. He did get mobbed by some of the smaller birds, some drongos, starlings, and then he actually moved off a little bit. But I do hope that is the case, that he actually got to finish his own kill and then no one actually chased him off of it or stole it from him. He did go behind these bushes, so I didn't see what really happened. I saw him still eating a little bit, but of course the foliage does make it a little bit tricky. But that's alright as long as he's eaten. And of course, as their name suggests, They are very fond of fish. Sushi. And they are phenomenal hunters as well. I've seen quite a few hunts for myself in real life on safari, and it's really impressive how they can just soar, spot what they want, and then go for it. And of course, they've got impeccably strong talons, so then they can pick up, as I say, just the size of the catfish that we saw he had was really, really impressive. So, but you could actually see him struggling to sort of move around with it. So I'm just going to take a look and see what else is around. I actually just want to see if our waterbuck and zebra and all of our other general game are still around. Because that one zebra is very pregnant, and as you all know, I'm holding my breath for live birth. I want it to happen for us. I've seen it a couple of times in real life. I'm yet to see it on one of the dam cams. And they're still around, as you can see, taking it very easy. It is fairly hot today in Djuma, but there is a slight breeze, so that does of course help the animals. And it's not too windy for them to, you know, actually be disturbed and just head deeper into the bush. But also a very pregnant female, this one, that's looking straight at us. And now not looking at us anymore, and now looking towards us. These animals, they don't read their scripts. And do send me your answers. If you have any answer as to what a jagluiperd is, which directly translated is a hunting lazy horse, please do let me know. All of the birds chipping away. Yesterday we had a awesome bird challenge, and all of you participated so well. Oh, so it's Andre. I thought it's Andre. You are saying the answer is leopard and you're actually English. I'm so sorry. Well, thank you for that. I really appreciate you guys participating, and my apologies. I just assumed you are Afrikaans with that name. But being bilingual, of course, that does help. But unfortunately, it is not a leopard. I will give you guys a clue. People do confuse these two animals. A leopard and a jagluiperd. So, of course, it's not a jaguar. But what else could a jagluiperd be? What is a jagluiperd? Of course, we are now looking at a zebra in Afrikaans. Very similar to the English naming, of course. But what is a jagluiperd? And again, thank you all so much for playing with me and enduring, all of these games and all of this fun with me. I really do appreciate it. It really makes Safari so much more fun. And hearing your take on things. I really do love it when you guys get in touch with us. So please do continue to do so. Shahida, you are saying a jagluiperd is a tiger. No, unfortunately not. Good guess, but no, it is not a tiger. Of course, here in Africa, we don't have tigers occurring naturally. Lumka, you are saying caracal. Good guess, but no, it is not a caracal either. What do you think a jagluiperd is? Is that zebra lying down? What is she doing? Oh no, I got very excited. I thought it might be a zebra. Goodness, Lisa, that's a zebra, not a zebra. I thought it might be lying down. Shelly B, well done. Ta-ta-ta. You got it correct. Cheetah in Afrikaans is jagluiperd. Very good. And as I say, directly translated, again, very, very funny. Hunt or hunting, lazy horse. So luiperd means leopard. So hunting leopard. Because of course a lot of people do get them confused. So thank you so much for playing with me. The next one will be a tricky one, so brace yourselves. And if you got it correct, thank you so much for playing. Even if you didn't, thank you so much for guessing. We're all here to learn. I myself as a naturalist not only learn from you guys every single day, but from my fellow colleagues, my naturalists, the wonderful tech team, the directors. So you are never too old or too experienced to learn. Alrighty, but I'm going to rack my brain, think how difficult I should make the next Afrikaans animal name for you. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you to Mr. Rolf, who's got a vlakvark in a bokkie. I don't want to make it too obvious.
Indeed. I had two vlakvarkies, and now I've got these bokkies. But one for Lisa, if she hasn't already mentioned it. What about a blauwkop kochelmander? There is one that might trick a few people. What is a blauwkop kochelmander? They like climbing trees. And another one that's quite interesting is it looks it's similar to colors to the animals that we're watching now, these Nyala bulls, but the swart wit pens, the black white stomach. What animal is the swart wit pens? Nice little bachelor group of Nyala is being joined by this female ostrich here next to one of the smaller wallowing spots, and there's a couple of vlakvarkies or warthogs, the shallow pigs, that want to come down and get into the mud, but they've just been a bit concerned with me because they don't like this funny outlined animal. Probably smells pretty bad, but maybe they'll relax and go for a wallow. Thinking about it. Because warthogs are just the best to watch when they wallow. That one just heading off a little bit, running around in circles. They really want to wallow, but they're worried about me. Off they go. I think they might be heading down to the Scotia Dam itself. I'll keep my eye on them. So Simon, warthogs get quite big. Sorry, I'm just watching them, and as I spoke I just scared them off again. Those warthogs are going to run there. There they go, Nyong, with their antenna for tails. They get more than double the size of these ones that are there now that we're looking at. These are small ones, but they can get a lot bigger. So I would say that you could probably compare it to the size of a medium-sized dog. They relatively small here out in the bush, but when you see one up close they can actually be quite big. They're just smaller than everything else out here. So relatively speaking they are quite small, but compared to what we used to, and when you see them on ground level, they're actually not that small. It's kind of like when you have a rugby team lining up and you think one guy is small, but he's just relatively small to the rest of them. especially when you're standing in the midst of giants. And everything out here in the bush generally is a lot bigger than we think. Even a springbok, which looks pretty small, when you stand next to it, it's a lot bigger than you think, especially when you're on ground level. When you're sitting up on a vehicle, you get the impression that they're smaller than they are. So the Nyala grazing, the ostrich. He has a question for Lisa, because I don't know what it means. Wat beteken volstruis? What is the direct translation of the Afrikaans word of an ostrich, which is volstruis? It's full of something. But what is struis? I don't know. There's a jackal buzzard calling, as well as the crowned eagle. The very large warthogs, the rhinos, are still sleeping in the same spot they were. So those are my three that I'm putting up: volstruis, blauwkop koggelmander, and a swart-wit pens. Just got an answer from them there. Struis is like a thatched hut, or the traditional African dwellings with the grass roofs. Now that makes a lot of sense, because if we go in there, that female does give that kind of impression of that thatched roof. Huh. Now I've learned something. Thanks, Lisa. It does also look like the sociable weaver's nests. Very descriptive are a lot of the Afrikaans names of the animals. So it's a full thatched house, or thatched hut.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes.
feeding together. Now feather maintenance. Tusi, you've got it. Swart-wit pens. The black-white stomach is indeed a sable. Well done. Strange name that, but when you see the animal itself, very descriptive. Because it is black with a white stomach. I'm surprised that's all they looked at. Lovely horns on those animals too. Very special antelope or sable. Now for the Bloekop Kochelmander. These two just happily feeding together in and around a little wallow, mud wallow. The rhinos have also enjoyed that spot. Same with the buffalo and the warthogs. Could this be the ostriches spending what they term quality time together? As opposed to just time, it's quality. Synchronized head lifts, that's definitely quality. So Alicia, no, ostriches don't pair for life. They can take on another mate. They can take on multiple mates as well. So, but they do pair up for periods, but they can change. So they're not true to each other. They are for a period, but then it can all be changed up. animals getting a bit more active now. Maybe it's because the wind has picked up a little bit. There's a cool breeze. It's still rather hot. So, Ray J, you say that a Blauwkop Kochelmander is a sable agama. I think what you're saying is that the first answer was a sable, which is correct, and the Blauwkop Kochelmander is indeed an agama. So, yes, you got 2 answers. Well done. The Blauwkop Kochelmander. They do like climbing trees, and they got a very brilliant blue head. So it's the blue-headed agama. Tusi and David, you also got the right answers. Well done. Thanks for getting involved. Are there any strange animal names that you know that you want to test us with? Send it through. Test our knowledge. But you've got to give us a challenge. So David Thompson, you can find in an ostrich nest, you can find upwards of 30 eggs sometimes, but it's not all from one female. Oh, those Blessbook just gave that male a surprise. So you'll have a dominant male and female. Obviously the male is dominant. Well, you know, like here we've got lots of males, but generally speaking, this is what's written and what I've found in a lot of the literature. You have a dominant male and female, and then the male will mate with multiple females, and they'll all lay their eggs in one nest, but the subordinate females will not take part in the incubation and the nest maintenance, as well as the raising of the chicks. It will be that dominant male and female that and they'll land up with potentially 30 plus chicks that they have then in their entourage, following them and walking around with them. But what I've found here, where there's multiple females and males all together in one sort of space, they really like it here on this plain, in this particular area. And there's been multiple males with multiple females, and it's a real mix. And I've seen that sometimes it's one male and then it's sometimes another male. So I'd like to see here, if we get lucky and any of these chicks actually survive when they hatch and there's no rain, which male and female is indeed then going to be the one that is dominant. Because as I say, I've seen a real switch over of dominance with these males. One day it's this guy, and the next day it's the one with a broken wing, and then it's the other one that's got a pure white tail. And so I've noticed that potentially that literature may have been around particular studies, but maybe on this particular spot the dynamics may be different. We'll have to wait and see. But I just saw one couple with 2 chicks, so I don't know. I think maybe because there's a concentration of big, fit and healthy males here, that they're all competing for the females and potentially mating with all of them. Maybe the ones that the strongest genetics is going to go through, but you might find that there might be more pairing up here as opposed to one male dominating all the females, and then you'll have much less chicks with those couples. So I think this might be a bit different. But I've seen it in the Namib where it's a lot bigger space and it's not as concentrated, so it's over a bigger area. That literature does stand. And they worked according to what they were supposed to and what they have obviously historically done. But here I think there might be something else underway. And yeah, as I say, we'll just have to wait and see. Now, it's there's a lot of animals here next to the waterhole. It's quite nice. There's ostriches, there's these Nyala. So, Nance, you asking the lemur scent. Lemur scent. I hope I got that word correct. Lemur scent. I have no idea what that is. Limazet. You're gonna have to spell it for me. Limazet. I don't know what that is. Limazet. I have no idea what that animal is. So, you're going to have to teach me something here. What is that animal? Oh, hello. It seems like these warthogs. I'm just going to... A yellow-billed stork. Okay. Wow. That's interesting. A lot of the Afrikaans names for birds are quite difficult to work out, but that's a new one for me. Thank you. Let's watch these piggies. Come on, get in the mud. It's a lovely scene here next to the Scotia Dam. Sometimes I sit here all on my own. The animals are far over on the other side of the plain. Today it seems like they all want to hang around me, which is awesome. Often find the warthogs do like that short grass next to the roads. That one looks like he wants to go in the mud. So, happy piggies. So if you've ever had the opportunity of seeing a warthog skull, which I have on numerous occasions, and we used to also use it for training tools when I was training students, and we always used to look at the dental structure of warthog, and we compared that to aardvark's teeth, because we were able to get a hold of, on our trails, two different skulls, one of a warthog and one of an aardvark, and we found that the tubular-like structure of both of their teeth in the back is very similar, and it's obviously for grinding down whatever they eat, but obviously aardvark, they eat termites and ants, whereas warthogs use it to grind down the grass that they feed on. But an interesting theory, and I've been trying to listen out for it because I hear them doing their typical grik sound, the noise that warthogs make. They keep on running up and down. I want to follow them left and right. And the sound that warthogs make when they do that grik, you know, a lot of people often thought that it comes from their nose, But the theory is that they actually grind their teeth over each other, and that's what makes that grrrk sound. And I'm of the opinion that it's correct, because we've looked at that tubular-like structure of the warthogs, and it would make sense if those tubes went over each other that it would make that kind of sound. And every day when these warthogs come near to me and then they get sort of worried about me like they are now, then they communicate with each other with that grrrk. And every day I listen as closely as possible to it, and the more I hear it, the more I think it's correct. So they've got sort of the real noise that they make when they get grabbed or anything, which is like a ree, ree. But generally they do that sort of rolling of the teeth over each other. See, they are nervous of me. So sometimes you need to investigate a little bit deeper and not just trust everything that you see in the books or read in the books. I like to take that as a base, but then cement it with my experience or disprove it, or just at least get another angle that that's not all they do. They use it for other things, or they do other things. It all depends on where they are. You know, adaptability of wildlife is one of the important things that they need to master in order to survive in different situations. And so what they do in the Kruger National Park might be very different to what they do here in the Eastern Cape. What they feed on and all sorts of other social behavior, etc. A little bit of interaction there. Blesbok obviously don't like them on that little patch. Off you go. We're going to feed here now. Seems like the piggies just get shunted around by everybody. So Nimmerzat is the yellow-billed stork, which apparently means never enough. Nimmerzat. I don't know why they used that name for a yellow-billed stork. Very interesting. This is how warthogs spend their days as well. They've also got to spend a lot of time picking up the calories that they need. Obviously they don't have as much weight to sustain as the rhinos. Very similar digestive system, however, as well as the zebra. But warthogs don't continue grazing at night. So much smaller body, they obviously don't need to graze as much and get as many calories as the rhinos do, and so yeah, sometimes 10-12 hours during the night that they won't be grazing. They'll just be sleeping in their burrows. And sometimes when it's very cold, they actually they're late to rise, are warthogs. They can sometimes come out at like 9, 10 o'clock. Nice sleep in. And we've had that when we're out on trail and it's cold, and you walk in front of a warthog burrow, well, an old aardvark hole, and suddenly, as soon as you get in front of it, they start coming out. And we've had that at different times of the morning. And sometimes you can have 5, 6 of them coming out, one after the other. And you need to watch out for your legs, because they come out at speed. Tusks first. And then you watch people dance. Some of my funniest moments out on trail has been with warthogs coming out of their burrows. I'm always cautious when I walk in front of them, but it's nice to watch people that have never experienced that. And then every single warthog burrow after that, they walk round on the correct side. Now, I just want to come in here because I've got a Nyala bull. And of course he's probably going to stop as soon as I show you, but he's right next to me, and he was displaying to a male that was walking past him. So I'll just quickly try to go there. Sorry if I make you feel sick. But this guy here, right next to me, was displaying, and of course now he's stopped. But maybe he'll do it again because there is another male approaching. And he started to do that very typical slow walk. That's when you know that they're getting into their display sort of ritual. When they start lifting their legs slowly and then putting them down. No. Lovely coats on them, do the Nyala. Oh, there we go. Look, look. There we go. The dance of the Nyala. It's like they're suddenly going to slow motion. Showing off now. There's a male off to his left that is wholly uninterested, but he's doing it anyway. Maybe he's practicing. You showed him. So Zach, yes, is not really fending them off. He's just he's strutting his stuff. So that's how they establish dominance, mainly through that little dance. And they raise the hair, and then they walk in slow-mo. And the one that walks away is considered the loser, which the other male has now literally done. So very much a visual display and a very gentlemanlike way of settling your differences. But every now and then they do have ones that are not perturbed by his display and maybe displaying at the same time, and then eventually they'll lock horns to sort it out like that. But mainly they get it done through the little dance, which is something quite special for Nyala, and it's always fun to watch.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw Maribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
Absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this!
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth. Cheers.
Guy coming nice and close to me. Yesterday I did see a Nyala with only one horn. You don't often see that because they don't often fight with their horns. As I say, that it does come to that sometimes, but you don't often see a Nyala that's broken their horns off. selectively going through the different plants and picking specific pieces, using its tongue as well. Not like the rhino or the warthogs that literally just eat whatever's there. They do go to specific sites to feed on probably specific species of grass, but when they're there they don't sort of pick like this, they just chow everything that's in front of them. Also a completely different digestive system. So Nyala won't have to feed as much as the rhino and the warthogs, but they'll have to spend more time relaxing and going through the whole process, chewing the cud and ruminating. Very dexterous with that foot. So, it's been wonderful. The rhino, the warthogs, the nyala and the zebras have all been putting on a lovely show for me and being here nice and close. I think it's time to head on over to Lisa and see what is close to whichever waterhole she's at.
Thank you, Rolf. Thank you for playing with the Afrikaans animal names. Those were 3 good ones you threw out there. Bloukop Kogelmander, Volstruis en Swartwit Pens. Very good indeed. And thank you all, of course, for playing along again. But we are not done yet for the day. I think we should at least do 1 or 2 more for the day. But before we do, let's just enjoy this beautiful scenery of the zebras, the giraffes, the springboks. Everyone just coming for some water. And you can see there is a very, very clear distinction between these 2 giraffes we have here at the waterhole. One is very dark, one is very light. Now a lot of people tend to say that the bulls will always be darker. In my personal experience, that's not always been the case. I've seen a baby giraffe that was super dark. I've seen a female that was super dark. Generally, from what I've seen and observed, the older the giraffe is, the darker they will become. But again, you know, that is all about genes. And in this case, in fact, both of these are bulls. So it could be that the one is a younger bull. You can see he's significantly leaner than the other one. So it might just be the age thing, but again, you know, there's no rule of thumb when it comes to animals. So of course giraffes do practice necking, as I'm sure you've heard and even seen many a times here on the wonderful wild earth. That is again display of dominance. Oh, is that a baby? What are you? I can't figure out if this is a new foal or not. It seems tiny. I think so, but it doesn't seem very fluffy. But it does seem tiny. Let me know what you think. Joey, I believe you are asking if giraffes and zebras and all of these animals have always lived in harmony. I wouldn't be able to answer you honestly because I haven't always lived with these animals. I wish I have. But from what we know, yes, pretty much. Of course, you know, zebras don't eat giraffes. Giraffes don't eat zebras. They don't even feed on the same vegetation. So it really does depend. I have not been around all along, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. And that is the one thing that... and I know I'm going to shoot myself in my foot when I say this. But, so my mom is actually, she's been a teacher for very, very long. And she loves history. She used to teach history to high school students. And I'm not fond of history. Because even though, you know, there are scriptures, there are books and things that can teach us all about it, I do not think that even then it is exactly what happened 100,000, how many years, whatever ago. So even, you know, with the animals, we are taught all of these various things about evolution and the adaptations and everything, but none of us were there. So I would not be able to tell you. My logic tells me, yes, they probably did live in peace and harmony all along, because they don't feed on each other, they don't hunt each other, nor do they feed on the same things. You know, giraffes, of course, are browsers. They eat at the top of the trees. Zebras are grazers. They eat at the bottom. But again, we do not know. We are not always with them. And that is why it's so interesting and important to, you know, just always keep learning about all of these animals, because even 10 years from now, it's going to be different. This whole location might be completely different. It might look completely different. There might be different vegetation around. The animals might move off eventually. We don't know. Which, of course, is the very interesting and fascinating thing about nature. There are definitely something is bothering them. I just want to see what is happening. Let us just have a look-see. From what we've seen here in Ukokoyo, sometimes if elephants are on the way, the animals will make way. And again, that is just from what I have seen in my time here on the Ukokoyo Dam Camp. That is not necessarily that is always going to happen, but they definitely do seem vigilant of something. Can't be the springbok. So we'll just scan around. I have been keeping my eyes open and checking every area here in Ukokoyo for the lions. And unless I have overlooked them, they are not around. So, our next Afrikaans animal. Are you ready for it? It is a tricky one. I'm not gonna lie to you. Even if you were to ask me this one, I would just give you like a look. Our next animal And I have not seen this in my life. I don't know if even Rolf has seen it in his life. There are a lot of wildlife enthusiasts and naturalists who have never seen one. What is a meershooptier? Directly translated, ant-heel tiger. What animal is that? Meershooptier. I've never seen one in my life. A lot of people I know of have not yet seen one in their life. If you struggle, let me know. I'll try to think of a clue that is not going to be too obvious. But as I say, meershooptier, ant-heel tiger, directly translated from Afrikaans. What is this giraffe looking at? Alright. I assume just the other giraffes. The animals, I almost want to say they are definitely more vigilant today. But again, you know, I'm not here. I'm just trying to interpret their body language and their behavior as much as I can. But I'm not here to, you know, of course, know everything. And even if we were here, just imagine we were here on a camping chair next to this beautiful waterhole, just observing them. Even then, we would not know everything going on. If there's perhaps lions around, elephants coming, rhinos that have been here already. Stretch them legs. This is always one of my favorite things to watch. Giraffes drinking. What are you doing? I don't know if I want anyone behind me that close if I'm busy drinking in that awkward position. But these are two bulls, as I said, so it might be that the other one is sizing him up. Potentially. And of course, the animals we are currently observing and just absolutely admiring and enjoying is kameelperde, camel horses, or of course giraffes. If you have just joined us and you think, what on earth, am I on the wrong channel? What's happening right now? Is my TV broken? Is it on a different language? No, we are just having a bit of fun with Afrikaans animals and animal names today. So Afrikaans is my mother language, and I thought, how interesting would it be if we took a look at some of the animal names in Afrikaans? And I have to tell you, I myself have forgotten about quite a few of these. Very odd language that we have sometimes. So the one we are currently asking is a Miershooptier, directly translated, ant-heel tiger. And definitely not a lot of activity today. If you compare it to our other days, I'm not saying it's been a not so full of action day, but definitely quieter than we generally have. But I do think the overcast weather, I should say, is definitely contributing to all of that. As I say, the animals are definitely looking around a lot today, specifically the giraffes. I do not know if it's because of the... Sorry, I'm falling over my tongue here. If it's because of the lesser spotted Homo sapiens that might actually be at camp, or what is drawing their attention. I've given up on the idea of lions. Hopefully they still surprise us, but I don't want to get my hopes up. And this is also a male giraffe, or giraffe bull. Again, if you don't see the obvious genitalia on their stomachs, you do look at their horns. So at first glance, you could have said, okay, well, there's probably a female, because the horns aren't that bulky and sturdy and almost thick, I want to say. But, as I mentioned earlier, giraffes do practice necking, and when they do so, their bone eventually on top of their horns become exposed, and they almost like they go bald. The females do not neck, and they still have all of their fluffiness and their prettiness on top of their horns. Just as always, gonna take a look around and see what's happening around the actual water hole everywhere. Here you can also see a very clear difference between their colors. Of course, as I mentioned, the one to our right is much darker than the other two. But again, you know, this is also genes. Just from my personal experience, I've seen the older a giraffe is, the darker they will become from probably having been in the sun longer, which would make sense to me. But that being said, I've also seen a lot of cows that have been pretty dark. So a lot of people tend to say, no, but it's always the bulls that are darker. That is not at all the case. I've even seen a calf just born, cleaned, everything, and the coloration on it was also still very dark. And no, it was not because it was wet. I actually spent a good 3 hours with him. We saw the birth. And then luckily my guest said, let's just sit here and just watch how all of this progresses. You know, how the tiny one stands up, how it learns to walk. So by the end of the sighting, it was still pretty dark. So it is all about genes too. I myself have a very, very dark skin. I get sunbathed or tanned very, very easily. And then, you know, some people have very fair skin. Some people have very blue eyes. My niece, for instance, has these very odd blue eyes. It's not something you see every day. So genes and DNA is a wonderful thing out there. Hello, Gemsbokkies.
Dark mane. Aside from the dark mane that gave him his name, he can be recognized by a distinctive limp. This limp stems from an injury to his right leg he sustained while taking down a buffalo with the Nkuhuma pride.
My apologies, everyone. I'm not sure what's happening with the Djuma Dam Cam. We will have our tech team look into it. I apologize. And we'll try to get the little ones back to all of you. Oh, I'm so happy. I was just saying today that I don't know if they are still okay because, you know, after seeing them for the first time, we saw them again. And then in the week I saw them, but it was just the adults. No little ones around. But I did mention, you know, it was a fairly windy day, so hopefully they hit the little ones. And yes, I'm so thrilled that they are still okay. Now you're probably wondering, Lisa, how do you know those are the same warthogs? Because it's the same female with the same horn structure. One of the warthogs specifically has a wart on their right side. So it is them. But our giraffes are still looking puzzled as ever. Just checking all of the animals here at Okokoyo. And again, just look at that. They, you know, it's like they're boarding in different classes. And of course, we are still doing the Afrikaans Animal Name Challenge. Please do let me know what you think a Meershoop tier is. I almost forgot the name myself now. Meershoop tier, which directly translated means ant-heel tiger. What do you think that means? Zebras, do you have a baby for me? Ooh, zebra, what's wrong? Oh man, I got very excited. I thought that's a jackal, but it's just a springbokkie. Ray J, finally, that was my mission for this whole day. To get you stumped. Meershoop tier. What is that? I'm glad you have had all of them correct today. So I'm glad I finally was able to give you a little bit of a head scratch. Alrighty, but whilst I wait for some more of your answers, and of course, just gonna wait for the warties on the Djuma Dam Cam as well, I'm going to send you to Mr. Kevin, who wants to say hello to everyone all the way from Madikwe.
We hope that everybody had a very relaxing weekend. We are out here on the plains. There's a big elephant bull slowly crossing the plains. And it's actually teeming with wildlife. We're going to show you in a second. We've got wildebeest and zebra and impala and springbuck all out here on the plains. Thank you for joining us and welcome to Madikwe. My name is Kevin, behind the camera, as always, the faithful BK. Afternoon to you, BK. Now everybody, we decided, well, it was quite overcast the whole morning. The sun only really came out in the past hour or so. So we thought that the water holes and the dams were not going to be as busy, as productive as it was the previous 2 days. So we decided, let's come out here to the plains. And it hasn't disappointed. Got our zebra and wildebeest. Actually quite a nice and cool day today compared to the previous 2. Certainly BK and myself, we are not complaining. Certainly not. 3 zebbies in a row. Now you'll very often see zebra and wildebeest grazing together, as you saw there. Thank you so much, Riley. Thank you. Yes, it is our pleasure to be with you. Thank you for watching. We are looking forward to a productive afternoon with you, Riley. Said, yeah, you will very often see zebra wildebeest grazing together, and there is actually a reason for that. Your wildebeest have got a very broad, blunt mouth, and they in general won't prefer grass much taller than about 30 centimeters long. Whereas your zebra prefers grass that's a little bit taller than that. So the zebra actually does a pre-cut, it does like a crop, and that makes it easier for the wildebeest. And of course, more eyes, more ears. Beautiful shot there, BK. Look at those yellow flowers in the foreground. Well, the semi-blue sky we've got today. Beautiful shot. That contrast of those 2 zebras in the grass. Big sky country. I think you guys will agree. We saw some, oh, there's another, our elephant bull strolling away into the distance. Isn't that an iconic African scene? Hi there, Tina. Thank you for your question. Animal behavior, Tina, is very much focused around 2 or 3 things. It is firstly about food, their movements, their behavior. Everything is centered around food in the first place. The other factor that determines their behavior is reproducing. That is a very strong motivation that also then governs their behavior. And then the third one, to stay safe. So Tina, I would say, centered around those three factors, you can basically sum up all animal behavior to a certain extent. Look at that cloud cover coming over with the sun at the background. Stunning. We also saw some springbok somewhere out here on the plains. BK, I think, is actually right where that zebra is. There, somewhere in the background. Some springbok. Ah, they come into view. There's a small herd of springbok for you in the distance. There's some impala in between the wildebeest in the background. Wildebeest taking a mid-afternoon siesta. Zebra crossing. We actually saw a few ostrich out here a little bit earlier on as well, but they trotted off into the tree line. Gabby, we certainly had our fair share of rain already, and for which we are very, very grateful. Now, Gabby, the rainy season here in this part of the western part of South Africa where we are traditionally starts, well, you can start counting on the first rain end of September, early October. And it's certainly delivered in bucket loads. We had about 200 millimeters so far from the beginning of the rainy season over the past 3 weeks or so. Now, sometimes, Gabby, the rain can hold off and only come beginning December. But we are grateful for the rain. Look how beautiful and green these plains are. That's why it's so popular with the animals. There's a lot of grazing. It's nice and open. They can see danger coming from miles away. And as we discussed with Tina just a short while ago about animal behavior and where they are, why do you find them where they are? And that is because there was all this fantastic grazing out here on the plains. We are keeping our fingers crossed, Gabby, that we will actually get some more rain. I know when it rains out here, it's not always easy to bring you escape to nature or the sunset or sunrise safaris. It makes it a bit complicated if it rains, but we do need the rain as well. So let's hope for a mixture of both. Let's hope it rains during the night and then that you can join us during the day. BK is getting some lovely panoramic shots, some lovely landscape shots. That's to showcase you the natural environment as well. And BK made a very true comment yesterday. I'm not sure if you joined us. We were out there in Kolomeng Dam with all the elephants coming and going. And this is what your escape to nature experience is all about. Sitting out here, observing the movements, observing the landscapes. Come on, Zebbies. Come on, walk into shot here. Come. Film. Let's try and see. Nice, thank you, BK. Hmm? We had a herd of zebra walking in here from our right hand side. BK was able to frame them for us. Look at all those stripes. Wind is picking up a little bit, so bear with us if you do get a little bit of wind disturbance on the mic. Yes, we see you too. Zebra's going to walk into your frame very soon. So while we're looking at these, well, there we go, while we're looking at these wildebeest lying down. Thank you, Vicky. What more do you want on this Monday afternoon than wildebeest fooling around in the background and a beautiful dazzle of zebra in the foreground? Oh, there's some squabbles going on here. There's always squabbles going on in a herd of zebra. Quite a bit of interfighting going on in zebra herds. There's a hierarchy, a pecking order. I'm very certain you must have heard quite a few explanations behind the purpose of the stripes of zebra. BK, can you quickly zoom in on that front leg for me? We spoke about it yesterday. Remember, you see that black spot on the inside of the front leg? You'll see it now when he moves again. But you can just start making it out. It's like a black ring. There we go. You see that? Thanks, B. Good shot. There's another. Everyone has got it. That is actually a callus, piece of hardened skin. Now, when zebra lie down, they lie down in a posture where they tuck in their forelegs almost straight in underneath their bodies, and you can imagine the sharp edges of the hooves actually touches that exact point. And if it wasn't for that hardened calluses, the hooves will actually cut into the inside of their legs. So they're actually born with that. Nice, there we go. Nice adaptation. Mother Nature thinks of everything. Now, guys, I was just quickly had to chat about that while we saw it. Now we're talking about the stripes and purposes behind that. Now, hopefully there's one that you might have heard. I think the most common ones are, yes, it confuses, it hides the individual within the herd, so on. but it is also a kind of zebra aircon. It's actually a temperature regulator. Now, how does that work? Well, you can see the sun is out there on their backs now. The sun is heating up. Now, over the black stripes, the black stripe will heat much quicker than the white stripe, and that will cause the air, and in the guys, I'm talking microscopical almost here. You won't feel it if you put your hand there, but it will cause the air above the black stripe to heat up quicker, and that will rise slightly. And that draws in the air from the white stripe. It creates a circular flow of air. If you put your hand there, you probably won't feel it. But it creates this circular flow of air from the black from the white to the black stripe. And that airflow, that slight movement of air helps to cool them off on hot summer days like this. I hope that made sense. If not, let me know and I'll explain it again. Beautiful coloration on that leading one, more black than white. I quite like the zebras that's got a little bit more black in their coat pattern. Beautiful BK. There's a little springbuck there in the background as well. See that? We had a look there. There's our springbuck. See that our vehicle, we do have a roof on the vehicle. It sometimes makes it a bit more challenging for BK to get those shots in, but oh guys, it is such a blessing to sit in the shade. On the right of that cluster of wildebeest lying down, you can see there's a few that is more tan, lightish brown in color compared to the darker grayer coats or bluish sheen. Those are a few juveniles. They tend to be more reddish in color and then turn darker as they get older. Blue wildebeest. Now there's a prime example where the name comes from. In East Africa, they call them the brindled canoe. Now brindled, if you look at the ones facing to your left, the one standing on the left hand side facing left, you see that slight stripe on the flank, that brindles. And then of course the canoe part comes from the sound they make. Brindled canoe, or the blue wildebeest. When the one on the right, you can see that sheen of the sun. It gives it like almost a bluish tint sheen to it. So there you've got the explanation for both names. Brindled canoe, the one on the left showing that nicely, the brindles on the flank, and the bluish sheen on the one on the right hand side. And it's nice just to enjoy a quiet moment every now and then as well. We saw a black-chested snake eagle hovering in the distance a short while ago. I am looking for him but can't find. And there's also very often curry bustards walking around on the plains here, and I am scanning. I've searched in all my guiding books the name of this yellow flower. I could not find it yet. I'm going to ask some of my colleagues here in Madikwe if they know, and if we're out here on the plains again, I will make sure to point that out for you. Very typical posture there, pose with zebra standing, facing opposite. No. Well, you caught a little bit of that. They'll stand facing opposite direction of each other like that. They didn't get the script. In the meantime, with our two zebras nuzzling each other, we're going to, in the meantime, go over to Lisa and see what Djuma has got to offer for us.
Thank you, Kevin, from your black and white to my black and white. I've got a blacksmith lapwing. And this is where, as I mentioned earlier, when we started Escape to Nature today, we had a massive herd of buffaloes here. And one of the buffaloes were actually stood on this grass pole. And of course, the parents were throwing tantrums and everything. And I thought, I don't know if those eggs survived it. But we've been monitoring, and this lapwing has stayed on the nest the whole day. So I do think they are still alright. But just with regards to our baby warthogs that we very, very briefly saw, they literally just came for a mud wallow and then they took off, literally straight back into the direction that they came from. So, very short sighting, but I am super, super happy with what we saw and so relieved that all of them are actually still okay. All three of our baby warthogs are still alive and well that we have seen here at Djuma. And yes, furthermore, I'm just looking around. Our juvenile fish eagle also is still around. It comes and goes. It literally, I've been able to check it out quite a couple of times, and then it takes off again. And for those of you that were not with us the whole Escape to Nature, we had a juvenile fish eagle that caught the biggest catfish I've ever seen being caught by an eagle. But we didn't actually see the whole hunt. We just saw it feasting on it, and then it went behind a bush and just made my life a little bit difficult. No, I'm very, very happy we got to see it nonetheless. It truly was magical, and it really was a massive catfish. So I do just want to take another look around, see if I can perhaps see those warthogs again, but as I said, it was very brief. They literally came, they knew what they were doing, came, had their mud wallow, and then went straight back into the bush from where they came. So I'm just going to have a look. Our storks have also left. We've had a woolly-necked stork this morning. We've had a saddle-billed stork this morning. But they've sadly also taken off.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week, our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind-the-scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
And these Egyptian geese are shocking me nowadays. They are super chill during the day, a lot of them hanging out together. You know, of course they do still have their domestic violence amongst themselves. But for the most part it seems like they seem to be... Whoop, nope, you're not sitting down. Sorry, friend. Ooh, so we've got some more answers to our Afrikaans animal name quiz. I asked, what is a meerhoopdier? Directly translated means anthill tiger. Mpo, you are saying you think it might be an aardwolf. Good guess, but no, it is not an aardwolf. It is something much smaller than an aardwolf. Something I myself have not seen yet, and I am not the only one, believe it or not. So many wildlife enthusiasts, naturalists have never seen one in their life. We've got a terrapin taking it easy. Ita, thank you so much for getting in touch with us. You are saying that you think it's a small wildcat. All right, I will take that. Yes, they are now known as the black-footed cat in Africa. And yes, definitely I'll take small wildcat. They are now called the black-footed cats. They used to be called the small spotted cat. So if those were one of your guesses, well done, and thank you so much for playing along. I really, ooh, Baobab Girl, you are saying that it is a black-footed cat, and you would indeed be correct. Thank you so much, guys. This has really been a lot of fun. And as I say, I myself have sharpened up my knowledge and reminded myself how odd Afrikaans can be. But I don't know, I think perhaps, just perhaps, if you'd like, we can do one last one. If you would like us to, let me know. Otherwise, we shall leave it at that with a meerhooptier. But yes, small spotted cat or the black-footed cat are actually endangered in Africa, and not a lot of them left, in fact. So definitely something I would still love to see in the wild. However, not a lot of them left in the wild. And if you do not know what I'm talking about, please do go research them. Adorable cats. It literally looks like a wild cat and a domestic cat had a baby, and then, you know, it was just a really tiny baby, and it stayed tiny forever. But very beautiful animals. Black-footed cats, or in Afrikaans, meerhooptier. And I really do hope the lapwing nest is alright. As I say, I do think so. They are back on it, so I do think that it'll be alright. But that buffalo was literally on it this morning, on top of that nest, because of course they do have it on a very fluffy grass pole, so the buffaloes wanted to go after that, not truly realizing, oh, there's probably babies here, even though the lapwings really did protest. Alrighty, I'm going to take one last look around, and then we'll see what else is happening at our water holes. Ray J, you are saying one more. You refuse to be stumped again. Alright, no problem. I will do one more for us. I just want to take one last look around here in Djuma. See what else is happening. This is fun. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the games. I like it too. It's really, as I say, not only, you know, it's so interesting to hear other people's perspectives. And of course, if you are not like today's challenge, if you do not understand Afrikaans, I think it makes it so much more interesting, because you are literally like, what? Especially when it's directly translated. It seems fairly quiet now. Just one last look at the water hole. You guys know me by now. Just to make sure. Never know if our fish eagle friend is still around. It does not seem so, no. So what we will do is let us see what is happening at Ukukoyo. It's actually starting to become very overcast now in Ukukoyo. I'm just going to get us a further look away, but then you'll see it's really like darkened a lot in comparison to the whole day. You know, it's been sunny and just absolutely lovely. It's really sort of becoming gloomy and miserable now in Ukukoyo. But again, that will make the sightings very unpredictable because it can go either way. A lot of animals coming down to the water hole, or not as much as it would be generally when it's very hot. But again, as I say, Ukukoyo is a very, I don't want to say confusing, but a very unpredictable water hole for myself. I'm always surprised here. Lenny, you are also saying yes, one more. I love the enthusiasm. It's great. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to choose a very difficult one. All right, I've got it. And oddly enough, just like the gemsbok or the oryx, this is something I have not yet seen in Africa in the wild. I have seen it in rehabilitation centers. My first one actually that I saw was in the United States, but of course they are not native to that area. Our last Afrikaans animal name for the day. Are you ready? Dum dum dum. Alright, the last one for today. Bakwervos. If you did not get that, bakwervos, and I'm not going to give clue or anything, I'm just going to leave you with that. Some of you might actually find it very easy, but I do. For me personally, especially if you're not an Afrikaans speaking person, that is a rather tricky one. But let's see if you guys can get the last one. Bakwervos. It's truly so intriguing. I don't know why, but always, and specifically with the springbok, when they come from this side, they make like sort of this loop-de-loop zigzag formation. Now, I don't know if it's because of the game path, that perhaps we are not exactly seeing it how it is by our angle. But it's always so, and it's specifically with the springbok from what I've seen. Not really the zebras or the other animals. They do this sort of zigzag loop-to-loop when they come from there. Ooh, just want to double check something. I think it was a kudu in the background. Or was it? Oh, and there's a giraffe. Giraffes. I know, Lisa, those aren't kudus. That is what we call a zebra. I tried. They really do camouflage so well in this lens. Ooh, jeez. Zebra, you will swallow me. And I think our baby is here. Everybody hold your breath. It's my black baby zebra. Look at him. I told you he was fluffy. I told you guys this was a very dark, very fluffy zebra. Oh, baby, I'm so happy to see you. I've completely forgotten about our challenge. What was the word again? No, I'm kidding. The word is bakoorvos. While you think about that, I'm just gonna be so happy about my baby zebra. Oh, he's so fluffy. What did I tell you? For a week long I've been ranting and raving about this fluffy baby zebra that is really, really black. Now do you believe me? Just look at that. Oh man, that is awesome. Oi, oi, oi. No fighting allowed. There is a baby in fact watching you. Do not do that. Oh, that is awesome. Oh, this has truly made my day. I have seen all of our babies who I was very anxiously and nervous about, but anxiously looking for. Our baby zebra in Okukoyo, as well as our 3 warthogs in Juma. And today the mommy has showed me all of them are okay. I'm going to try and get us a closer look, but it's going to be a little bit tricky. Let's just see. I mean, look at that. It literally looks like it's got pajamas or something on, a jacket. Huh? Is that not the darkest baby zebra you've ever seen in your life? And the fluffiest. So of course that is not a birth defect, as I spoke about a lot today. Animals have very special and cool DNA, just like we do, you know. We're all different, we all look different, we all have different personalities. And this is a mere case of a lot of melanin. So melanin is a dark pigmentation. And this tiny baby just has a little bit too much. Oh, I'm so happy right now. This has made my day. Through and through, knowing my baby is okay. Wait for me. Wait, Mom. I'm trying to see your baby. I've been super invested, woman. Alrighty, we've got some answers again for our Afrikaans animal name challenge for the last one for the day. Look at my baby. Sorry, I'm really distracted right now by this tiny one. I'm just so happy that it is still alive and well. Alrighty, so Ray J, seems like I stumped you a little bit again. You've almost got it. You are saying a bukoorvos is a bat wing fox. No, but you are 99% there. Hyena D and Gabby, you guys are saying that it is a bat-eared fox. Yay! Pa pa pa! You guys have it correct. So Ray J, I will actually give you guys, or give you that one, because you have been participating the whole day. And thank you all so much for today, playing with me, learning about the weird Afrikaans animal names. As I say, I myself have been refreshed and educated on a lot of these animals because, for the most part, of course, in the hospitality industry, you know, working with guests from all over the world, we tend to just study and talk in Afrikaans mostly. So I remember often on safari as well, when I would get Afrikaans guests, and then, ooh, sorry, don't know what's happening there, my camera freaked a little. But sorry, as I was saying, when I would often get Afrikaans, not often, but when I would get Afrikaans guests, specifically when they are big birders and they just want to watch birds, the names that came out there, you're like, I have no idea what you are saying. Because we study in English, you know, for the most part we narrate in English just to sort of make it universal to everyone and for everyone to understand. So again, thank you so much. Ah, look how black he is. It's so cute. Sorry. I'm just super thrilled with this tiny one. Oh, I'm really so happy that he's still okay. And I know I've been going on for probably a week about this tiny zebra, and all of you probably thought, no, you must be crazy. But that is by far the fluffiest, darkest zebra foal I've ever seen in my life, if not the prettiest.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
And of course, if you were not able to join us for the whole escape to nature, not to worry. We will definitely make things easier for you and sort of highlight all of the best bits. And of course, we don't just do that for Escape to Nature. We do that with Sunrise Safari, Sunset Safari. So it's super convenient. You just download the Wild Earth app. And for me personally as well, when I get home at night and I want to show my significant other, look what happened today, you know, I can just literally show him in that couple of minutes and he's all caught up. Because he too knows that I talk a lot. So definitely go have a look at that. It is really, really easy. You just go onto the Wild Earth, download the app. And then you can see everything that you've missed that we have highlighted for you. I do not think anyone understands right now how happy I am about this baby zebra. And about our warthogs in Djuma. This has just been so great for me to know that they are still okay, they are still alive, they are still safe and sound. And I challenge you to look at this picture right now for as long as you can, 30 seconds, a minute if you can, without blinking. It's confusing. And you know, for us, we see perfectly well. So can you just imagine this superb camouflage when it comes to anti-predation, avoiding lions, leopards. And as you can see, Tiny One is tucked away amongst the adults. They know to make sure to shelter that little one, just as we often see with elephants. They really do make sure they hide the tiny and the vulnerable. I think I've even lost little one now. At least they're right in the middle. But of course today we've seen some absolutely amazing things. We've seen rhinos with Rolf, Blesbok, of course, you know, a lot of interesting interactions, the ostriches, you know, chatting each other up. Of course, Mr. Kevin and his beautiful zebras. Oh, there you are, my tiny one. And then we have seen some elephants in Mashatu. We've seen a fish eel with a catfish in Djuma, as well as our baby warthogs very briefly. Beautiful herd of buffalo. So it's really, I can carry on and on and on, but it's just been a spectacular day. And of course, I have had so much fun with all of you joining me in my craziness with the Afrikaans animal names. And thank you for participating. It really has been an absolutely beautiful day. And I've had so much fun with all of you, really. Ralph, thank you to you as well that participated with the various Afrikaans names. It's always fun, you know, when we can have fun together. But I am just so thrilled that I could show you my baby black zebra that is so fluffy and so dark that I've been talking about for a good week straight. And what a way to end the show today on Escape to Nature. Of course, we will have Penguin Beach after this, and then of course we'll have Sunset Safari. And tomorrow we do it all again. Tomorrow Alex will be your waterhole naturalist, so please do join us again for Escape to Nature. And yes, hopefully my baby zebra sticks around so I can still show some people on Sunset Safari. But of course they'll probably take off and shelter that little one as much as they can. But again, from myself, Lisa, your waterhole naturalist at Djuma, Mashatu, as well as Ukukoyo. Of course, from Rolf all the way in Kariga, and then Kevin and BK in Madikwe. Thank you from all of us. It's really been a wonderful day. Thank you for all of you for participating and playing the games with me. I really have had so much fun, and I hope you have too. Woo! What is happening? What an exit. But from all of us, thank you so much. Have a beautiful day or night wherever you find yourself. And do stick around for Penguin Beach as well as Sunset Safari. And look at my baby zebra.